Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville, and Wavy Galadriel is waving at you there, saying hello. We've got basically 72 mil version. We got ourselves 28 mil version, and this is a Galadriel that I made myself. This is the figure I've always wanted. Armored Wolf, how you doing? Well, I know how you're doing. um, that bag is really nifty looking. I gotta say, and of course, later on, definitely post links to that. Uh, GW did make a version of this, but it was kind of, well, it was sort of kludgy. Hey there, Ryan. Hey there, Landrast. Um, Also, too, wanted to add all these basing bits around her. So, yeah, Ryan, look at this, how this printed out. That's not too shabby, right? It even printed out, look at that. I mean, sort of, in 28 mil. Now, we're going to be trying to match, well, some of the colors we've done here, right? With some of the violets, some of the greens, some of the blues here, right, that we've done in some of our previous white cloth there. So yeah, Ryan, that base for whatever reason, it just like basically disappeared. And I've had it. That's happened with the oh gosh, what is it? That new stupid version of Cheeto Box there. I didn't bring it into the old version because that's a whole different machine. Yeah, I'll try to explain to you like how we got all the different machines and how one machine is different than the next, which is different than the next, and different than the next. Let's see. Well, we also, here, Galadriel can issue a greeting to Bodhi. Galadriel says, "Hey there, Bodhi. What's up, man? What's up, dude? Just hanging out here in Lothlorien. These dudes, they came through here, just sent them out on boats because, I don't know, they didn't smell very good, so, got them on their way." So, Andres, hopefully the travel hasn't been too much of a pain there. And Ryan, I'm kind of excited actually about the ship designs. Yeah, I think those are going to work, and looking forward to actually making a rule set. That's good, Landras. That is good. Glad to hear that. I mean, again, nothing. There is no nuclear science here. There's no rocket surgery. There's no rocket science. There's no neurosurgery. There's nothing. There's just doing this. And here, let me get some more of my lighter dry brushy stuff over here. And then we'll do this to the other one. I wish you could see it here, but I used my fabulous new drill bits to drill a big old hole in this thing. So this magnet right here fits in the bottom of that now. I mean, that is a colossal magnet right there. And I got bigger ones. I got ones that are half again as big as that. Okay, let me do this here. So yeah, Ryan, I was figuring I would just kind of clear out the foliage on that thing. Because that's just extra hassle trying to support all that stuff. Well, and if I'm going to do it in FDM, there is no way, right? Yeah. So what I was figuring, Ryan, is that if I printed that base out in FDM, I could print that out in one piece, and then I could just kind of add to it. I would add, texture paste to it. I would add all of the foliage to it. I would add my snakes to it and my axolotls or whatever the heck those things are. So I'd add all my bits to it. I would use the plastic putty to do some additional work and, maybe do some cracks or whatever in that. So obviously, I knew there was no way that I was just like, oh, print a base, stick the guy on there. No, I knew that was not going to be an option from the get-go. But I thought, well, if it can at least do some of that bulk stuff, then I could do some tutorial vids where we add to it again with all the basing bits that I already have, as in like they're already printed out. Because I've been printing out lots and lots of stuff that work for lizard men. Now I would like to print out some more tree root stuff though. But I was even gonna I was gonna sculpt some tree roots on that too. Hey there, Camda, great to see you. Great to see you there, Camda. So these are again the Galadriels that I made for myself right here. Maybe wait a little bit there. Cammed it before posting. Actually, same thing there, Ryan. Wait a little bit. Well, let's get about 5, 6 more folks in here before you take time to post something. Alrighty, let's do this here. So, Ryan, what I wanted to do was I didn't want to I would have. Well, first of all, if I had more credits, I would have generated all the rest of the file. Ooh, gee whiz. Yeah, Ryan. These are some of the ones you did right here. So there's this guy here. A couple of the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent guys that you did. I think you did this Yeah, you did this War Prophet too. So there's the War Prophet or War Profiteer. And here's another one of the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent guys that you did. Yeah. Let me see. So Camda, you can see the reference pictures down there. That's the scene where she's waving goodbye. And this was one of my favorite, way back in the day. This is one of my favorite. Oh, I can zoom in on this. This was one of my favorite Middle-earth strategy battle game figures. I only ever got a chance to maybe paint this thing once, twice most. And obviously, the only way you can really get your hands on it is to look through eBay or something like that. And it's needless to say, since it's a metal fig, you don't have this kind of finery with all of the folds and everything like that. It's a little bit more simplistic than this. So that's why I made myself my own wavy Galadriel figure. This is the is that the pink purple? What is this one? No, that's the lighter one. Is this violet blue? Oh yeah, violet blue. This is the violet blue that I'm, for the most part, right now, Camda. Also some of the gray. Now we're going to do more of the super light gray here. And then we'll do start doing some glazy stuff. That was, for whatever reason, Camda, the periwinkle crayon was always the one. I don't know why. We always got obsessed with the periwinkle one. I guess because of the name, right? When you're a kid, maybe now it wouldn't be quite as whatever, but when we were kids, the periwinkle crayon was always the first one you were after because it was kind of an unusual color, and of course the name, right, Camda? Alrighty, more light. Yeah, Ryan, I got more stuff that I wanted to send you. As far as file generation stuff goes, I got. Oh yeah, and for whatever reason, I don't know if you heard the story there, Ryan, last night during the stream. So that I had that same Cheeto Box thing open, and of course Windows 11 was being a resource hog, and Cheeto Box was hanging, and I couldn't do anything. Next thing I know, it drilled the stupid hole like right in the side, right through a bunch of detail. It's like so you wouldn't do it in the place where you're supposed to do it, and where it was actually thinner. All of a sudden, it drilled the hole, so I had to just like kill that whole thing, which was unfortunate because I had resized it again. Yeah, that's just the most bizarre stuff, Ryan. With that whole wouldn't dig the stupid hole when I wanted it to. All right, yeah, we'll just again, we're gonna do some glazy stuff soon here, and it's going to again be like what we got here. You see all the violet and everything that's in the recesses. Yep, Camda, I have that. That's what I've been using to resize the files. Not resize, but that's what I've been using to repair the files and, and then save them with their actual names. long story there, Camda. It was part of our big session that we were doing the other day, where all of a sudden I had, oh, what was it, Ryan? About 14 files that all had to be repaired at the same time. So that's when I just brought them into CheetoBox and found out that CheetoBox can do a mass repair. So Camda, I've never tried to hollow stuff in 3D Builder, so I'm guessing. Now this I'm just guessing, right, Camda? But I'm guessing that 3D Builder can also hollow as I take asphaltum and our phthalo green, because obviously we got to hollow it first before we can do any digging of holes. But I'll give that a try. If it can dig the holes too, I'll give it a try to do the whatchamacallit there. But it also needs to be sized first, and it has to be sized to another figure. So again, this right here is a little bit more of the brown in it. Oh, look at this chromium oxide, Camda. Chromium oxide. Now, the weird thing is, Camda, that the 3D Builder, with that new version of CheetoBox, it supersedes it. I basically can't start 3D Builder. All the files just go right to CheetoBox. I don't know why that happens. It just does. Do I like it that that happens? Nope. Don't like it at all. Don't like it one bit. More of our phthalo. Now this is more like a perylene black right here. Yeah, I could have just put it out on the palette, but whatever. And it's funny, Camda, because I never put it to any kind of setting like that, right? You know, default open files in in CheetoBox. I never put that setting there. It just must have happened on its own, because I sure did not set that myself. I know that for sure. Again, just working with our greens for right now. Get some of that down over here. I think we got that mostly covered. I think so. All right. Our little one here. Yeah, that's what I figured there, Camda. And what's interesting, right, is obviously I never did that. I never did that and said, yeah, open it with CheetoBox. It just did that all on its own. What's funny is that I've tried to do that with other things, like with graphics and stuff, and it wouldn't listen to me because, you know, of course, right, Camda? Okay. So there's our green there. Now I'm going to get some browns over here. Also a little bit of this here. Panes, gray. Doing that. Still got a lot of a green in there. I mean, no big deal, but there's still a lot of the green in that yet. You know what? Might even steal a little bit of Prussian blue and bring that over here. Some of that here, and now a little bit more of the brown and black combo. Right, Blades? How you doing? Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. So, Blades, sorry that I missed the stream again. I think, Blades, I didn't get the alert for yours until you're about maybe an hour and a half into the stream. Actually, hey, Cam, why don't you share your stuff in the chat? Same thing there, Blades. Yeah. Armored Wolf, why don't you share your link to the Instagram videos? And Ryan, why don't you share some of your oil painted stuff? Let's have a Cheryl Nanza or whatever. let's have ourselves a Shironanza. So, Blades, why don't you share what you were working on the last few streams? And again, Ryan, share your oil painted stuff. Same thing there, Camda. So, thanks, Blades. We've got two different versions of it. Again, I used to have the 28mm version that the GW did years ago. Now, again, in comparison to this, it's very, very kludgy because that was an old metal sculpt from quite literally 2001, 2002, whatever. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, right, Cam? Everybody check out the Insta link that Cam does share, that Ryan shared, and Blades is also going to share share a link. So be sure to give all those follows. You got to share, or you got to follow again. Cam Paints, give him a follow because he also works with the oils. Give Blades a follow because Blades also does the streaming. There you go. There's an Instagram link from Blades81. Go ahead and give Blades a follow too. And then check out Ryan's oil painted stuff. Well, Landress, you're on the road. I mean, if you wanted to share stuff, uh, I know you're probably a little bit busy, maybe doing some other stuff, but if you want to share Blood Bowl teams, Schmesh Marines, or whatevs, please go ahead. Get rid of that. So now we're going to get into the phase like what we did here. Now this is going to be more like some semi-opaque glazing. This is just standard, regular old kind of glazy stuff. Now we're going to get into a different type of glazy here. And again, we've got... this is another one here. This is a figure that I sculpted back in 2003 or something like that. And I had no way to replicate it or anything like that to make it bigger or make more of them. So it's fun having this. I'm looking forward to painting that. Now, of course, when I sculpted it, it was more like this scale. In fact, it was just about this size right here. You're hiding here somewhere. I know you're hiding around here. Maybe not you necessarily. Actually, let me get this one over here out of the way. I was thinking, maybe this guy here too. Yeah, fine. I'll just put this thing in here. That's the one I'm looking for, I think. Well, one of the ones I'm looking for anyways. So again, everybody check out those Insta links by all the folks there. Here we go. Oh, look at that. There you go. Some radiant green getting mixed with our skin tone there. Look at that. Yeah, this is a semi-opaque glaze right here. And it's also mixing with what is on the surface. It's going to do that more on this larger version than it is on the 28mm, just because, well, there's just more surface happening here. Come on, get down into... There we are. Alright, now the hands... Same thing. Up here. Also there. And then we'll move on to our 28mm version. Wherever that is, over here. Boom. Now, so Ryan, I'll also give that a try. You know, the resizing there. Actually, no, Ryan, do you think the same thing? Because I was wanting to resize things in 3D Builder, but it didn't seem to let me. I'm like, where is the resize thing? Or rescale? But there, yeah, the rescale instead of necessarily resize. I did not see any tool like that in 3D Builder. I was just gonna Google that just to see, okay, what am I missing here? I'm sure I'm missing something. All right, we got the asphalt and we got the Indian yellow. We got a little bit of the Mars yellow deep because remember we were talking about semi-opaque glazy things here, and the Mars yellow deep, that is the semi and the semi-opaque. So Ryan, I'll certainly give that a try. It's weird that it would be different than just, okay, I'm saving it at this scale because whatever, because I'm not rescaling it in Meshy there. I'm just saving it at a different height or a different size. But we'll give it a shot because well, some of these things have a wee bit of detail on them, right, Ryan? So it might behoove to try that out. Actually, Ryan, where it might be the most important would be on the ships, because well, the ships are going to be tiny, and there will be a lot of weird little things on them. That might be extra important there, Ryan. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, and Ryan, like I was saying, get oh, and this is it. Hey, Camden, this is an important thing here. So, those the Lord of the Rings gummy bears, how they were all saved at 40 millimeter, or 30 feet tall or whatever. Well, I'm gonna try a little something tomorrow. I'm gonna try rescaling those in Chidu box there, and see. Now, of course, they don't have anywhere near as much detail as say something like this here does. But those all need to be. That the Saruman, no, the Sauron one, Ryan. That'll be the big test, because that's the one where the cloak breaks down in printing. That's the first one I gotta do, Ryan. Is the Sauron one. I mean, obviously I can shoot that your way too, since it's just one file. I could just send that one file in an email. Yeah. I mean, you gotta do this here. And I believe that takes care of the hair. All right. Now we rotate back around, and now it is all of this here stuffs. Let me see. Maybe this guy. Oh, wait a second. I got some of these here. Let me break out some of these crafty style brushes. I think you were mentioning that the other stream, weren't you, Camda, about Blend? Now, of course, I've never used Blender, so I don't know how that tool works, because I don't know how Blender works. So that's obviously something for the future. Again, there's an awful lot of things that will well, they'll take place in the future. At some point in the future. Now here again, look at this. This is very much opaque. Yes, this is going to be a glaze, but guess what? It is also opaque. It's darker. Glazes don't necessarily have to be translucent. Looky there. See that's still darker. Right? It's darker than what our light's going to be, but it's not that really harsh. It's not like what's going on over here. Not at all the same thing. And I'm actually going to take some of our glaze from down here. I'm going to drag it up this way. Actually, now Camda, uh, obviously that involves screen sharing and all this other kind of complexity for streaming and such, but I don't. Geez, Camda, that could be something where you stream that, and that would be a very different thing. And maybe that could be an interesting little thing. Maybe if there's okay, I don't really have a painting thing that's ready to rock and roll for the stream, but I can do some streaming of learning Blender or mastering some of these other things. Because actually, Camda, there used to be a bunch of folks that we would raid or raid into us that did that. Uh, Thousand Sun. I don't know if you remember Thousand Suns, Camda, but Thousand Sun. He used to come in and join us and sometimes raid, and he would stream his 3D modeling. I don't know if you was probably using ZBrush. And there used to be a whole bunch of folks. Now, again, maybe they're not streaming anymore, or maybe they're just streaming at their normal times, and obviously my times have changed. Oh, that's the other thing, Blades. I know that you came into the stream last night, but I trying to tell folks that I'm fixing to stream pretty darn early Saturday because I think the snow that we got earlier tonight. That's another reason why I'm not quite as early tonight. There was snow. But the snow that we got earlier tonight, I think that's it. So I don't think I have to worry about shoveling snow tomorrow. Which, again, I'm kind of hoping for at least like a 10 o'clock Central Time start. So that's, at least that will be 11 o'clock your time there, Blades. Now, again, see that? Oh, here, look. Even with the smut, you can kind of see that difference, right? See how it's kind of softened all that? Camja, it's what's that? What's the no time like the present? Actually, so it's well, I mean, Camda, look at what I'm doing here, and also Camda too. That ship game that I'm talking about, that's not the only thing. Remember the baseball strategy game that I talked about for years and years and years? Well, I still have all of those charts. Now I don't have the files, but I do at least have the printed copies. And oh geez, I can make miniatures for it now. Gee, that would be terrible. Do I have one of them sitting here? Ah, look at this. Back when HeroClix used to be a thing, they actually had stuff like this, right? This is the HeroClix version of the baseball game, and this is one of the things that kind of inspired me to do the latest version of my game. Now I've been working on it for a long, long, long time before then, but yeah, I was just starting to. There's a little bit more technology starting to creep in. So yeah, Camda, I'm thinking that. I mean, if you're doing other life changes, Camda, right? There's been one or two life changes over the last year plus. I don't want to be whimsical about it, but what's one more? Blades, I'll have to. I got a little funny story on that from the guy that used to run the game store that we first started going to back in 2003 or whatever. I got a little funny story for you about that. Now, I think you'll get a chuckle out of it. I mean, it's nothing earth shattering, but I think you'll get a little bit of a laugh out of that. Basically, it had to do with the popularity of HeroClix at that time. How you doing there, Doji? Doji, again, the building was looking spectacular, and Doji, I think you should definitely try that with the picture. I'm sure you got one or two pictures that could be. Actually, Doji, it'd be hilarious if you had pictures of you and your son. They're either playing with the terrain or working on the terrain. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Now look at this here. Look at this. We have chromium oxide green and our fabulous periwinkle or cobalt, not cobalt violet. Again, that looks light. That is not light. That's a middle tone. That's actually a dark middle tone. This right here is probably is a value 5 at most. Could be a value 6 on a scale of 1 to 10. That's how dark what's going on here just might be. Where'd my little one go? That's right. It's whatchamacallit? It's a bakery. Actually, oh Doji, guess what? There's going to be a bakery run after the stream because I can make myself. I got the stuff for making another dump cake. Yeah. So there will be a bakery run happening after the stream. Doji, I think you heard during the stream last night that again, it's not miniatures, but since I was going to make a painting of that anyway, I thought why not? Also got this bust over here. Now these leaves worked out really well, Ryan. They really did. Now we're gonna start getting some lighter stuff going here. Also, a little bit of our yeah. You'll see there's a little bit of a difference here. Already, you can see the difference already. And again, less is more. More is way too much. Now, Blades, you haven't had a chance to fool around with the oils at all, right? I know just like getting back into streaming, there's been a lot of travel and stuff. Well, speaking of also life events too, right? Right, Blades? There's been one or two life events. Here's hoping that everything is just kind of on the mellow side right now. We know it doesn't like to stay that way, right, Blades? The universe prefers absolute chaos. Oh, do I have the container here? I do have. Ooh, you know what? No, that's not the one. There you go. We should keep this. Well, let's see. Let's see if it's any good, Camda. Let me use the other brush here. Well. Okay, these containers are a fail, Camda. Well, not necessarily. I mean, that's still good, but there's kind of a crust on the outside of our phthalo violet here. Now, again, these are all alkyds, so keep that in mind. Yeah, this is the first time we get a chance to use this, Camda. So I'm just going to put some of this out on the palette. I mean, what would you say, Camda? This was maybe 3 weeks ago that I did this tutorial. I'm glad it's relatively, again, you'll take 24 hours, right, of no crazy or less crazy. So I'll tell you the story afterwards there, Blades, because, well, it involves some spicy words. So, yeah, I'll tell you. That's why I said I'll tell you afterwards. Essentially, the inference was HeroClix was so popular that you could put, shall we say, anything out there and call it clicks whatever, and it would sell. And he was inferring that, well, let's say that maybe you consumed a lot of asparagus and chocolate-covered raisins. Maybe you could, whatever maybe happened in the aftermath of that delicious meal there, you could put that on a HeroClix base, call it, well, a certain word and clicks, and it would sell because it was HeroClix. You could put anything on a base and advertise it as HeroClix, and it would sell. Actually, Camda, if that's the case, then I have been missing out on a huge franchise. I've been giving that stuff away for free my whole life. I didn't realize I was literally sitting on a gold mine there, Camda. Yep. Quite literally sitting on a gold mine. Now you can see we're starting to get some of the lighter stuff happening here. We also are going to maybe try to get a little bit of texturizing here in said fabrics. Remember this? This is one of the very first. This was the very first Loot Studios figure I ever painted. Now again, okay, look at this. This is what I mean about the folds. Those folds versus these folds. Look at these folds. Are they not more realistic, Ryan? It's part of a healthy gaming life, right? Camda raisin clicks. Just you could really sell that to parents, because not only are your kids having fun, but they're also having a healthy diet too. All right, see you in a bit there, Doji. Actually, Armored Wolf, I got to get me some more of the Royal Langnickels here. These the round brushes. I think you just well, I'll look for them on Dick Blick, because I got to get. What was the thing? Oh, geez. What was the thing I had to get from Dick Blick there, Camda? That you also reminded me to get from. Oh, yeah, chromium oxide grain Williamsburg. Yes. So if they have Royal Langnickels. Oh, I also have to get those. Geez. I got to remember to get the stupid liner brushes now. Again, I apologize for all of the brain dead kind of stuff that's happening. It's going to be kind of endemic, unfortunately. Now we're going to do the same deal here. Same deal on little wavy Galadriel. Where are we at here with this? So yeah, now of course, I don't know where the heck that thing is. I gotta find the thing that I put on that tutorial there. So obviously, I'm not gonna put stuff in those containers too soon before Adepticon. Not that it's really all that difficult. I mean, it's literally just squeezing paint out of tubes into those containers there. Thanks, Armored Wolf. Because I wasn't sure if it was uh, Hobby Lobby or was it Dick Blick, or either one, or was it neither one? I think it was one or the other or both. Thanks for sharing the YouTube link there, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. And again, Armored Wolf, I don't know if you had a chance to share your Instagram link with all the fabulous dice bag work there, but please go ahead and do that. Also, to the Eldritch Foundry folks, we've been messaging a lot back and forth. They are going to be providing some kind of a special code for folks on the Patreon page, and apparently they also want to do some kind of a painting contest, but you have to use the new basing bits in your project. So just throwing that out there. And I told them, well, deadline's got to be March 1st. It's not going to be one of these contests that goes on for months and months. Nope, you got like a couple of weeks. No screwing around. Adepticon is coming up way too soon. Also, I thought it might also mitigate, somebody gets to spend like 120 hours painting a little goblin, then you got no shot. So, nope, we're not on the. Well, unless they want to spend like from day one all of their time painting a little goblin, fine, whatever. Have at now again. See all these folds right here? That is not in the metal one. Rest assured, you will not find stuff like that in the metal sculpt. Also, the hair, little bit rougher sculpting on that too. I realize that GW is doing a whole bunch of new Lord of the Rings sculpts and all that, but I kind of like the ability to just make my own. And I don't know, I think Ryan, this whole thing of making the ship game has just kind of it has awakened the sleeping giant. And all of a sudden now I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I'll just make my own game systems. We'll make our own Battlestar Galactica system. We'll make our own Middle Earth War at Sea system. We'll just make all the systems ourselves. I like that idea. Now, again, this might seem pretty light. This is not white. What we're doing on here, not white. It's kind of, but it is not white. And this was this a 3? Yeah, these 3s make some nice little mini filberts right here. However, like we say all the time, they have the advantage of being softer than a filbert, because when you got bristles that are only, where's a filbert here? Those bristles are almost twice as long, and these tend to do this like almost immediately. This, not so much. You got longevity, you got also too, they're just softer, which means, and what are we always trying to do with this stuff? Softer brushstroke. I mean, pretty much everything just kind of plays into each other. So Blades, once we do this experiment with the Lord of the Rings gummy bears, and we'll say again, this might also give them a little bit, not necessarily more detail, but you wouldn't have to fight so hard to get them to a reasonable size there, Blades. I feel much better about putting those in the Dropbox folder than where they are now. Where again, much as I would love a 30-foot tall Lord of the Rings gummy bear standing in front of my house, or maybe an army of several, I'm not so sure that is practicable. Now, Camden, I did do a diagnostic on the bamboo. I wanted to try and just do a very simple print of some flat bases just to see if that did something. All that stuff's going to have to wait till after the stream. This might just be, we might be sleep streaming on the Saturday stream because it might be an all-nighter. There's so much stuff to do after the stream. There's also filming that needs to be done. Looky here, you can see that lighter stuff's getting in there. Well, I tried doing some prints of these things, Camden, and it was grinding away. It was just, I couldn't even describe what was going on. I'd have to send you a picture. Let's just say it was not doing what it was supposed to do. I wasn't sure if there was a part of the mechanism that was messed up, because the calibration things that it printed out seemed to be fine. It was when it actively started printing, there was all kinds of weird noises and other stuff going on that didn't seem normal. Camda, we'll just put those in. We'll infuse the chocolate-covered raisins with those, Camda, because that makes everything go faster. Yep, chocolate-covered raisins makes things go faster. All right, let's do this. Well, it makes you go faster anyway. Let's get some more of our light down here. Yeah. I mean, get all these super fun folds down here. This is not happening. I don't even know if you can. Well, now, Ryan, how difficult is it to get undulations like this in ZBrush? I would imagine it's difficult because very few sculpts actually do it. Where'd my guy go over here? Again, see these undulations right here? The number of times I've seen consistent undulations like that in regular sculpts is next to zero. Geez, Armored Wolf, I also have to remember. Oh, gosh, I got to do that tonight. Well, it might be too late. But I wanted to. Unfortunately, I have to kind of cancel the Nerixon tribe there. I guess we're a little too late. Actually, well, no, their February files do look. Well, they're kind of almost a little bit Trench Crusade like. So I guess we'll just do that for March. Yeah, Camden generally this passes as folds right here. That's like accomplished folds. Or there's this. Or again, there's this. To me, those are actual folds the way fabric should be. Wow, this is I'm telling you, this is nowhere near white. What you're seeing out here is nowhere near white. Again, I know it looks that way. Next thing we're going to be doing is fooling around with the skin tone. But let's go to our smaller Galadriel here. I mean, this is just, it can't be much simpler than that. It's dry brushing. However, it's the wettest dry brush ever because all of this paint, well, guess what? It's wet. Hey there, Uber Yeti, how you doing? Uber Yeti, I was reading Ryan's message, and I read it as it's definitely doable for cloth and robes and ZBrush. There's even a fabric brush. And then all of a sudden it said the Minister of Mineral Spirits. I'm like, wait a minute. What was that? That seemed to be quite the segue. Yeah, that was one heck of a segue right there. So Camda made use of the tactical rocks to maybe hide some fold errors there in another figure. Ryan, I think I told you the story about the buckle brush. This was, I think, the third time I had a chance to use ZBrush. This was actually at ReaperCon years and years ago, and I'm sitting there at the Reaper whatever with the sculptors, probably Keith Van Horn and those guys and Bobby Jackson, I think, because they were kind of the first ZBrushers there. And I thought I was making pipes, like as in tubes and pipes and stuff like that. Well, what I was actually doing was making a buckle golem. The entire sculpt was nothing but buckles. I thought you might get a little kick out of that. Again, that was one of, like, I think 4 times I had a chance to fool around with ZBrush. And by fool around, it was literally like just press buttons and see what we could blow up. Actually, another time was at Little Wars years and years ago, and Kathy and I were at the Forest booth, the Knuckle Dusters booth, and he actually had his computer there, and he was doing ZBrush stuff. And we started fooling around with ZBrush there on his computer at Little Wars. We were hoping that we weren't going to delete any important files of his. We didn't want to do that. All right, just a little bit of our lighter dry brushy there. Now, I think we can start fooling around down here too. Okay, I'm just going to get this paint out of here. So great to see you there, Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, we have more. These are the first of the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent busts here that we've printed out. And then we've got ourselves a new Antioch bust right there. That's new Antioch. And this is another Trench Pilgrim bust, a War Prophet there. That goes along with our Stigmatic Nun. Now I'm going to try maybe get some of our minty green, minty fresh, a little bit of the Naples yellow, and now we're going to do some of this. And Uber Yeti, that's, let's see, I've got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 8 busts printed. There's at least, geez, Ryan, is there at least 10 more to print. Well, there's probably 6 more to print that are already made as files, and then there's probably another 10 to 12 that are already uh, concepts that have to be turned into files yet. I got a tank commander one. Yeah, he's got like binoculars, and he's got purity seals hanging off of him and hanging off of the. So he could almost work for 40K too. Let's put it this way: he's a grimdark tank commander. So you'll probably be seeing actually you're going to be seeing that in the video that I'm going to try with the high tem. So I'm going to be trying to film a video after the stream here and well during the day tomorrow. Well, Uber Yeti, since the vast majority of oil paint red is transparent, you got a lot to choose from. Uh, I would say Uber Yeti overall, as far as like the more obvious translucent reds, the Perline red is kind of one that I like. Obviously, Perline Crimson still has translucency to it. There's again some of our green there. It does have some translucent, but yeah. So this right here is like I mean, there's a reason it's a Series 6 because this is to alizarin crimson what hot dog casings are to sirloin steak. And this again, this seems to be pretty good as well, and it is somewhat translucent. Now, where's the little Galadriel here? Little wavy Galadriel. Come on, get in there. All right, now I'm gonna try to do a little bit of stuff on the face here. I can zoom in, I think. Oh, I'm already zoomed in. Okay, didn't realize that. Oh, it's because I was working on the smaller. That's right, I did zoom in. Let's get some darker stuff there. Again, kind of like what we got here. Also, not going to have my magnifier light. Again, this is the magnifier light right here. So this is pretty much how I see things. And we also have our phthalo. Where is it here? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's our phthalo violet, our specialty color that we made. Yeah, Uber Yeti. I couldn't tell you the last time I used cadmium red. And it's sad because I have several cadmium reds here. But yeah, I couldn't tell you the last time I used a cadmium red. It's been a long, 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 long time. Now, alizarin crimson, I've got things that are sort of like alizarin crimson that aren't actually alizarin crimson. Now we're going to get a little bit more rosé. Galadriel real skinny tones here. Let me do some of that here. That's the other fun thing about this darker primer method is that things like quinacridone magenta, color that I basically almost never used, all of a sudden that became something I could use a lot. Give me you. We've already utilized some Indian yellow here already in the stream. Of course, the Williamsburg Indian yellow is my favorite, but it comes at a price. It's gonna take a long time to dry. That also an Egyptian violet, and again, of course, I love the combo of those two to create a really fantastic kind of an amber color. Now again, this is not our lightest skin tone here by any stretch of the imagination. We also are going to try and get a little bit of our greenish colors into this as well. first. A little bit of rosé in the cheeks, like this. Just let that all mix in there. A little bit in the hands. Yeah, there's been a couple of times, Cam, that were out of desperation because I had no red on the palette. I kind of did something like that. It's like a yellow and magenta mix. Just like it's a desperation red. There you go, Camda. Because we don't have enough weird names for paint colors. Our homemade paint colors. There you go. Desperation red, Camda. I dare you to use that on stream. People watching your stream are going to be like, what in the world is desperation red? Now, we're going to use some darker stuff here around our eyes. For reasons untold. Or raisins. Then we're going to cut into that with our lighter stuff, of course. Gonna peel some of that away. Also, a bit there. A little bit of now darker stuff for the lips there. And a little bit also now in the fingers here. Then we got to let that set for a bit. Can't keep hammering away at that. Gonna grab this here brush again, and now we're gonna try our fabulous homemade. Oh, look at that. That's quite the turquoise right there. That is gonna go in some of our folds because we got violet. Now we're gonna have some turquoise in the folds, especially I think more towards where our tree life is here. Look at that. See, fabulous turquoise right there. Maybe even a little darker. Well, Uber Yeti, remember the video that I did? Wasn't all that long ago. It was that Ronin guy or whatever, where you kind of go, all right, here, you do the GPTs or something, and you say, all right, is this what you're talking about? If the answer is yes, then I will do that. If the answer is maybe, we'll keep doing these until either morale improves or you say, yes, go ahead and do that. Yeah, look at that fabulous turquoise in there. And we're also going to be coming back with their violet too. But yeah, look at this here turquoise. And again, this was just a homemade color that I made. This is one of my tutorial vids. They're phthalo violet. I mean, we could make it with what we have on the palette right now, but just having a container of paint called phthalo violet, it's like, what the heck is that? More of it into that fold. Yeah. There we go. So Armored Wolf, well, that was the other thing too, is if I can't find that stupid base, I was just going to print out at least just the base part of it. Oh, and I did get a chance to employ, as you can see here, I went all the way up to a 3/4 inch drill bit. That was on the Galadriel bust there to drill in a magnet hole for it. Whoa, look at this. That is a very nifty little turquoise right there. So yeah, Uber Yeti, I would highly suggest going in again and creating something like, take a picture of the sculpt, colorize it, and say, look, this is not exact, but is this what you're talking about? Because that sounds like a headache waiting to happen, right, Camda? And again, for folks that are new in the stream here, it's not going to be like the old time Saturday challenges where we started at 4:30 in the afternoon or something. That's not happening. Especially since I'm probably not going to be getting to sleep until 10:30 or so Saturday morning. So yeah, that's not going to happen. Oh, and by the way, we'll be painting Trench Crusade busts. So that's the other thing we will be doing. At least two of them. Let's see. Do I do both quarter seven? No. Oh, I want to do stigmatic. Maybe. Do I do Stiggy Nun and our War Prophet here? Or do I do that in our Iron Sultanate? Or Iron Sultanate? I think we'll do our Iron Sultanate and maybe the Stigmatic Nun on our Saturday stream. And Doji, you had a chance to share your stuff in the chat, right? Hopefully. Yeah, make sure, Doji, if you haven't done that yet, be sure to share some fabulous stuff in the chat there. All right, all right. This and this to go here. We got some tree roots. I'm going to get those rocking and rolling here. Oh, thanks, Doji. I think I might have sent you a bunch of the concept pics. If not, I'll send them after the stream. Again, there's a bunch of them that I'm going to try to utilize in that high temp tutorial that I'm filming tonight and tomorrow. Because it's got that portrait setting, which so far, well, it didn't work for this bust. It did not work for this one at all. That's what it's supposed to be meant for. It's like, okay, that's like a tool specifically designed for capturing your likenesses that you want and all the details you want in a face. Also, too, there might be some other. Remember, I wanted to do flats of my own artwork. I was starting to kind of gather files because actually they had one of my old drums, the old Celtic drums, and they were saying, "Oh, could you paint me another one of this? Because mine got lost in a house fire." It's like, well, I have no access to the drums. I have no way to make those prints anymore. But what if I was to make a flat out of one of my old pieces of artwork? So that is something that, again, I'm also going to be thinking about. I mean, it's something I talked about a while ago, but this is, what would you say, a little bit more direction. A little bit of dry brushing again on these pieces of tree roots here. Now back to this. We have to leave that alone. We actually, again, see a little waterfall right there. Now let's go back up to our face here. I'm going to also use this as a bit of a blending brush. One sec. Get the paint out of here. Okay. Just looking to get some of the excess paint off of there. Alright, I think we did it. Now we shall... Ooh, also, where's my thinner here? Forgot to drop that on our not radiant green and that white over there. Now, last night, this is what we did. Two flats, both Arwen. This is both style of flats. This has the more bas relief, and this is our tarot card style. So yeah, that's our tarot card style That's what we're gonna call them from now on. There's the tarot card style, and then there's more your standard standard bas relief style. Now again, we don't want that much cloppy stuff in the brush. We're gonna try and get that out of there. Breaking this down because I forgot to put the thinner in there straight away. Again, see, we still got too much nasty stuff in that brush. I gotta get that out of there. I think maybe we're finally almost there. Are we? Let me move this over a scooch here. And you can see just how much lighter light actually is. Yeah, there's no highlights on that skin tone yet by any stretch of the imagination. Thanks, Doji. I kind of figured that you might enjoy those, right? Just a teensy bit. I thought, of all the people that I know, I think Doji might just be the most enthused about them. Let me get our lighter skin tone into here. So that's not just all a whole bunch of shadow right there. Now we're going to get some lighter stuff on the cheekbones there. Some lighter stuff here too, down towards the lips. Over here. Now back up here again. More of our light on the forehead here too. More here. Let me work a little bit of that into the hands. Because that would certainly catch a bunch of light right there on the palm and such. Yep, and also start getting some light on the fingers here. Now that we got the kind of the mid-tones and the darker mid-tones in between the fingers, time to start getting a little more of the light there now. Poof, there we go. And lighter here, and now over here. Let's get this down here. We need some reflected light on the chin, of course, and the jaw. Starting to work that in. Little by little there. Touch more light in on the nostrils now too. More on that upper lip. Now we got to get that bit of light that happens in this little fold right at the corners of the mouth. Some more under there, and now let's make maybe the later portion of our lips here, trying to make sure that stays kind of a violet slash magenta, not red. Again, if you got heavy duty 1940 style lipstick, okay, by all means, your lips will be red. That's not exactly their natural color. Yeah, not quite it. Not quite. We're going to use our Radiant Violet here for some of our lightest color on said lips. Boom, there you go. So again, we're starting to carve out the face details here. I'm gonna actually try to get a little bit of that also here. And kind of a magenta-ish look out there. Now I'm going to maybe go a little lighter with the skin tone. There. To really start to bring out the upper lip and maybe some of the chin as well. We also kind of need to start thinking about what's going on with the tiara there. We'll have to hit that with some of our Indian yellow mixed with some of our Hansa yellow / Windsor yellow. More light up here at the top of the cheek. And you can see we're kind of doing, this is another thing here, Camda, you see how we're kind of doing that, almost like a little bit of stippling going on there? That might be another thing that's being a bugaboo for you with the Terra Rosa there. Is that instead of necessarily like a regular brushstroke, as in like classic brushstroke style thing, there is this, again, almost like pointillism there, a little bit of stippling going on. Even here, it's the same thing. That tends to remove less of the paint. So I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to kind of convey that during the stream. Camda there. Seeing some of our light there, maybe a little bit back to, oops, big old chunk of something on there. Let's get rid of that. Now we're talking. Also, too, the hands. I don't know if there's a. I don't think there's a brush for hands in ZBrush, but maybe there is. But that's another thing that tends to not be rendered terribly well is hands. I mean, they're a hard thing to just, in a 2D standpoint, painting hands is not very fun. It's a lot of complex things at work there in the mechanics of the hand and the bones and tarsals and everything else. Now, we'll go a little bit later than this, but we've got to gotta leave this kind of alone for a bit. Did that, now we gotta let that set for at least a little while. Back up here. I think this... No, it's got too much stuff on it. This will do it. A micro... It's an ultra micro blending brush. There you go. Hey there, Indeed. How you doing? Or Need, nice to see you there. Welcome in. Well, happy Saturday. Yep, it's I wasn't sure because we started at a little different time, but it is indeed Saturday here, so it is officially happy Saturday time. So great to see you there. A little touch of light right there on top of the bridge. Not too much though. Not too much. a little lighter on the chinny chin chin there. Then maybe I think is that getting too light there? Nah, maybe not. Don't want it to get too light. Ah, that's fantastic. Indeed. If you want to post some instas or something of your either the scouts there or the Imperial Guards. Glad that you're having fun with that. Did I ever get the? I thought so. Let's get some of our lighter stuff on this side here. There we go. And now I think this has started to set. We also have to start doing some stuff with the hair. I think that might be the next thing we kind of move on to, because we're always moving on to a different part. We can't just keep hammering away at the same stuff over and over again. And that is not what you want to do with the oil paint. You work in an area, then you stop, you work somewhere else. Then you stop, and then you work somewhere else. Yeah, let's give that stuff a chance to set. Let us start to play around with some of the stuff in the hair. I'll use maybe this, and guess what? We're going to take our fabulous violet color here, and this is more of that kind of opaque glaze type stuff we've been talking about here. 1 second, let me get that junk out of the brush. Okay. Again, that's almost a little bit of a grayish tone there. Now let's start doing some lighter stuff. We got Hansa yellow / Windsor yellow, mixing with a little bit of our white and the Naples yellow. Breaking that all down. Can you see what we're doing here? Also, I'm going to try and push some of those guys out of the way. That's fantastic there, Doji. And again, Doji, thanks for hanging out as long as you could. I know there's a lot of stuff you got to do. But appreciate you being here, Doji. And again, congrats on the building and all that other good stuff. Just really glad you guys got a chance to do that together. That's a super special thing there, Doji. That's a super special thing. Definitely, whenever opportunities like that come about, it's really best to take advantage of those, right? Because they won't always be there. Same deal down here. And this could still be lighter than what we've got here. This might seem super light. It is not the lightest light. And of course that is mixing with all the stuff that we've already got here. Again, it seems very light right now because, well, it's going up against that, again, kind of middle tone-ish stuff that we've already got out there. But it will definitely be getting lighter than this. We were talking about getting some of the gold and the yellow and the tiara and the hair that is up here too. Plus this. I haven't done anything with that yet. That's got, again, a lot of the rope or cloth color in it. Okay. And we're doing this. Some of the things that the movie does not, well, among the many things the movie does not show is that Celeborn also wasn't like Galadriel just handed him a couple of things like it was Christmas time or something. Celeborn also gave them gifts as well, and there was other stuff again not covered in the movie. The File of Galadriel, the golden hair, and all that kind of stuff. There was that, yeah, but there was a bunch of other, and of course Lambus. Alex knows all about that, but there was other practical things that they had also provided him with. They didn't really. I don't think they talked about the bow at all. Yeah, that bow was a very powerful bow. That's they don't show it in the movies, but essentially Legolas was able to shoot down a Nazgul with one of these this bow that Celeborn gave to Legolas, and the other members of the Fellowship couldn't even see what it was that he was shooting down. They just knew it was something flying in the air. He was able to shoot it down with that bow. Let me get some of this here. And lighter now with the here. Get some of this up here. This is going to be about, well, it's almost as light as we can go. We could still actually go technically lighter than this, but let's see what we got here for right now. That is most definitely lighter. Again, what we thought was the bone. We can't get lighter than that yet. What we just did, and by a decent amount too. Let me see. 1 hour 21 minutes ago, both of these figures, and yes, there is a second figure. These were just brown primer, ebony flesh primer from Steinolres. Come on, get in there. Same over here. That too. We'll also be coming back with some of our darker stuff in the here. We like to sort of work from the middle outward, from the middle to the dark, from the middle to the light. Do this. Sneak a couple of our lights in there. There we are. Okay, let's not forget what we're doing back here either. Let's go. Let's do a little bit of a retreat there to this. And all of this stuff is still very much wet. So as we do this, everything is mixing together here. Nice to see you there, Michaud. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday. So Michaud, we had some fun last night painting some Arwen flats. 2 different styles of flats. Again, we call this the tarot card version. So say we all. So say we all. And we call this the bas-relief style right here. Thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate that. That is 11 months worth. Thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate that. And Michelle, great to see you too. So thank you so much, Brian. We could use a little bit of medicine right here. There we go. Thank you very much. That is appreciated. So Michelle, it's been really exciting again with all the different busts that we can create, with all the different figures that we're able to create. Yeah, there's an Eowyn figure that I did that I tried sculpting back in 2003, and you'll be seeing the picture of that because I'll be painting this in the same color scheme as I did 20 some odd years ago. That was this one right here. Yeah, there we go. So this yeah, that was something I sculpted a long time ago. Boy, Miss Joe, there's so many new things. Oh my goodness. So many new things. I don't know if you, well, that there's also, we're kind of branching out into 2D art there, Miss Joe. I guess you could say not just technically, but really, uh, the the uh, the Trench Crusade backdrop. And actually, here, let me see if I can find the linky for that. Here is that. Here we go. Yeah. So this is in this video you will see this is the latest Patreon video is that backdrop that you see in that video. That was from start to finish, from drawing it to the final phases. And there's even some video of well, some of the same video that's in this little promo here. And of course, that's all a bunch of Trench Crusade figs, and it features the very first Trench Crusade bust that I did. There have been many more that I have created since then. And again, what we'll be painting on our Saturday stream will be the Stigmatic Nun, and most likely the first Iron Sultanate bust there. And I was tempted to do the War Prophet along with the Stigmatic Nun, but I think we'll save the War Prophet. It's getting crazy, right, Camda? There's and more. Well, Ryan again, just like with the Alkids and with the darker primer technique, Ryan was able to say, "Hey, I made a discovery here." And said discovery will be passed along in a tutorial vid that will be coming up. When we make new discoveries, we make sure to pass those along, whatever they might be. Oh, that's good, Michaud. That is good because, well, also too, Michaud. Again, we're doing all the test prints now. Every single thing you see is literally just a test print. But once they've been test printed and we know we have some solid files to work with, those are all going into a Dropbox folder, and they will be available to all the folks on the Patreon page. Because, well, how else are you going to keep along or follow along, right, Michelle, with the videos if you can't get the files? Because they're not on My Mini Factory, they're not on Thingiverse, they're not on Codes 3D. They're only one place, and that will be on said Patreon page. And here's some of the other ones that I've made. We've got this one here. This is another new Antioch bust right there. This one I really wanted to try out this one here. We're going to be doing stained glass in the windows, so kind of a Joan of Arc, a Joan d'Arc type of a thing right there. It is now time to start playing around with the lights here. And that is going to be, and this is again another one of our sculpts. This was on the Patreon page too, but you can see how we're going to start to put in some of the texture, some of the more violet type colors there. And of course, Michaud, that would be all of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. That would be all of all the flats. We are talking about hundreds of files by the time it's all over there, Michaud. Oh, and also too, yeah, on top of everything else, there will be basically like a little bit bigger than Armada-sized Lord of the Rings warships for Middle Earth War at Sea. I'm not sure how many painting tutorial Patreons also come with 2D art and now also their own files, plus games. Yeah, plus game systems. I'm thinking there's not a lot. Again, I could be wrong, but I'm thinking there's not a lot of Patreon pages out there that also encompass a game system, or two, or three, because we got ideas. All right, so see, that's getting a little bit lighter there now. This also has more of the violet in it. That is our not radiant, radiant violet. You can see the difference that's starting to make there. Down here now getting the same thing. See, a little bit of texture starts to emerge. And then we're going to be coming back with some of our darker stuff too into this. It's not all that different than how we were approaching the fabric and the cloth on the Arwen flats last night. Miss Show, it's with the discoveries like we were just talking about, they're coming so fast and furious that it's hard for me to keep up, and I'm the one doing all the stuff. So I can only imagine what it's like being just kind of bombarded with all of this stuff that's just constantly emerging. Oh, by the way, we're going later than this too. And if you check out the Instagram links there, you can see again some of the painted stuff that a lot of it again featured here on the stream. The Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that is where you can go and watch, well, okay, last night's stream. You want to see those two Arwen busts, or the two Arwen flats, or this. Let's say you missed the early part of this, whatever, the beginning stages. Well, in a little bit, probably at some point next week or the week after that, this will be up on that the other YouTube channel, and you'll be able to then watch it in full there. Take your time, pause it where needed, whatever. Again, now starting to work some of our violet into here. And 1 hour 32 minutes ago, both of these were paint-free objects. They looked, in fact, exactly like this right here. Ebony Flesh Primer. Yeah, oh yeah, this definitely needs to be lighter up here. For sure. This too. There we go. And again, that's all mixing. All that stuff is mixing together. We're also going to come back with some of our that darker mid-tone turquoise color that we made. That was again another recent tutorial video. Come on, get in there with that light. Yeah, as I paint these folds here, let's put it this way, Camda, I'm getting so spoiled painting these folds that there's a reason now why I just I just want to keep making my own files. Also, too, that will ultimately be a heck of a lot cheaper for folks on the Patreon page, and instead of also having to support or like 17 different Patreons and tribes like me, you won't have to do that. You'll just be getting the files. So hopefully that saves you a ton of coin. I mean, you already, pledged for the painting stuff. Now you won't have to then go somewhere else and spend more coin on files. No, this one. Oh, gee whiz, we never got any of this over here. Let's start to introduce that. So Cam, I'll have to give it a try doing the hollowing thing in the 3D builder. I figured I could do it there, but I did not see the whatever. It's a little bit confusing. Where okay, do you import the figure first? I might again, I might just do a little bit of Google search first or YouTube search for some vids on that instead of just fooling around, bouncing off of walls myself for a while. Come on, we need that light in again. That's that lighter violet-ish type color there. Where are we at with this? Let's do this. Up here, again, it's more of this violet. It's not a whole bunch lighter than what's there. This is as much about kind of setting a color. Violet and green together, what happens when you mix those together? You get yourself a gray. Except it's way more interesting than some dead, well, gray. Well, any kind of gray you can mix yourself is more interesting than any dead gray color that you're going to get in any tube or pot of paint. Doesn't matter whether it's acrylics or whether it's oil paints. Because guess what? We never bought gray acrylic paint either. We tended to just make our own by guess what? Mixing various greens and violets together. And all of the stuff I'm doing here, color-wise and everything else, wouldn't be any different if this were acrylic than it is with oils. Same kind of theory and whatevers are going to apply. Now, of course, we won't have all the lovely mixing that we can do. Just that's kind of the mechanics of how one works versus another. And of course, we have tons of multi-episode tutorials to show you what happens. Like, okay, well, you work on this. Let's say you got to stop. You got to get to work the next day. The kids got to go to something early the next morning. You say, okay, well, I can't drive the kid there on no sleep. I just got to stop for tonight. But that means this is probably going to dry. That's why I have a bunch of, again, multi-part tutorials to show you, okay, yeah, just because the paint dried, it doesn't mean you can't sort of do a version of wet blending. You kind of can, even though you say, well, wait a minute, it's all dry. How do you do wet blending with dry paint? The nature of the oil paints, if you kind of dry brush slash scrub the next new layer on, or whatever you want to call it, you're not blending with wet paint, but you can actually basically kind of scrub away the paint you're putting on, which simulates what looks like wet blending. And I've, again, done that in a bunch of tutorials. It's really weird to see. And I've done it a bazillion times, and it's weird for me to see. See you later, Michaud. Thanks again for the sub. So, Michaud, now the stream is going to be starting earlier on Saturday. Like, significantly earlier than it has been. Well, at least an hour, almost 2 hours earlier. Because lately the streams have been starting almost midnight my time. My target time is 10. If I can do it a few minutes earlier, I will. Otherwise, think 10 Central, which again, for me, is ungodly early. I think there's going to be plenty of energy drinks nearby, because I think we're going to need those. I think it's going to be Sleepless and Saturday here. There we go. It's starting to. Oh, look at that. See that turquoise in there? See how that's almost got a bit of a shimmer now? Before it was just kind of there. Now that we've got not just our lighter colors, but because we have the violet next to it, that is a color. It's basically red versus green. I mean, that's essentially a red versus green contrast. Also, too, believe it or not, that turquoise color in terms of just say saturation, that is more saturated than what we got going on here. Why? Because, well, this has more of the white in it, so it's naturally desaturated. This, I just lost it. There it is. What's in here is actually more saturated than the color, this lighter color we're putting on there right now. Many forms of contrast. Most people think, oh yeah, value contrast. There's saturation contrast. There's color and color temperature contrast, edge contrast, texture contrast, right? We don't have a whole bunch of texture there. We got texture here. Not as much texture where the turquoise is. Here we have actually some texture. That will make a difference. The eye sees that and it just kind of registers as some form of difference between those two surfaces. Oh, and by the way, if you think this is light, we have not yet begun to white. Yeah, we will lighten this significantly more. I want to see at least an hour from now, if not an hour, 20 minutes from now. That's when we'll break out ye old fast matte white. You can also see that down here, right, our lighter stuff is basically a middle tone, whereas up here, boom, like really, really light. Makes sense, right? Up here, this is going to catch more of the light. Down there, well, not so much, except for our tree branches and, of course, our leafy bits there. The leafy bit's going to capture some light. After I finish with this kind of stuff here, we'll maybe go back and do the eyes, maybe even some more stuff on the face, because we wanted that to set, right? We wanted that to set as much as possible before we go back in and fool around with it. That is obviously with acrylics, you don't have to worry about that because everything's dry. So you just go back in, you go start hammering away at it again. That not really ideal with the oils. Don't want to do that. You really want, as much as possible, give that stuff time to set. Now here we never really did get our lighter stuff right on that particular fold / undulation there. Let me do this now. Yeah, when I have to go back and start doing some, like the Kurzlook stuff, the printing goes ever on stuff, and whatever stuff, it's like, wow, I am really going to notice those folds. Getting super spoiled super fast here. Let me do this now. I think I might have sent you some of the. Did I send you, Cam, to the dwarf ships and stuff? I was super excited about the Harad design concept. It popped into my head. I said, wait a minute, Harad ships. Okay, you got the Mumox, right, with the howdahs on them. Why would you not basically have a ship with sort of a howdah constructed on it? It's very light. So I came up with some concepts for that, and that looked really, really nifty. Basically, it's like an olifant at sea. So yeah, I'll shoot you those. That's again some of the stuff that I wanted to fool around with. Again, I tried to make as many different types of concepts to do that video on high temp as possible. And again, it might not be the longest video ever, but that's the one I'm going to be doing tomorrow. And again, unfortunately I think high temp is just not something that works. And I wanted to get that video out there as soon as possible so that maybe that saves somebody from investing in that only to find out, ooh, it doesn't really work. Now here, we're going to take this. Again, there's no paint on there. Look at this. So we just kind of take that and we just stipple away some of the excess paint there. Here now. Get some of our later stuff on these folds, and then we'll again come back with that turquoise down here also. Man, I'm looking at again. That's undulations within undulations. That is fantastic. Absolutely loving that. Now here is that turquoise color we've been talking about. Boom. See that? Look at that. Let me take a little more off of the brush there. Now we're talking. Yeah. Look at that turquoise in there. Over here. Bam. This too? Sure. Now we're going to do a little switchola here. We've got this, now it's a little bit more of a violet. And this is doing some wet blending via a dry brush. This is a super light brush stroke. There is not a whole lot of paint on this here brush. Get a super, super light brush stroke. See that? There's kind of a feathered brush stroke there. It's all blend. Look at this here. That's a little bit rough. Yeah. Now, look at it. We've kind of smoothed that all out. We got ourselves a little bit of extra color contrast rocking in there too. All kinds of good stuff. Get rid of all the bad stuff. I'm gonna go even further into the mid-range violet here. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's gonna work down here too. We'll take some more of this and some of this. Alright, what do we got here? Yes, just about right. I had to kind of wait. You can see there's some shiny there. That's still some of the glazy stuff that we did like an hour and a half ago. Now this is almost a bit more like a micro filbert brush. Looky here. Fine, we'll put a little bit of that right in there. So you can see this is catching a little bit of light. It's not so much light, it's a warmer color. Warm comes forward, cool recedes, yes. Where's this brush here? Ooh, okay, that was a little bit too much. Well, we'll just use it to kind of reactivate some of this paint, because, yeah, that is less than ideal to paint with right there. That is the thing about your alkyds. You will just kind of maybe preemptively on your palette there, just stick a little drop or two of thinner to keep them from kind of getting a little coagulated like that. Come on, there. Also, in there. Also thinking this turquoise next to the gold here, that's gonna also stand out nicely. Look at that. That's turquoise. Look at that right next to the gold there. Color contrast. Also here. Also there. Now we shall take this, spread that out. That is no different value-wise than what we just had there. It is a color change. Again, that's got. Oh, well, here you go. Let's do this. We haven't done one of these yet, Camda. I think you know what we're talking about. Zoink. Oh, well, look at that. Yeah, that here, aside from those few little lights there, doesn't really stand out much in that cloth. Now, look at that. What? It almost looks like a wraith. It almost looks like the Twilight ring wraiths. We start bringing back that color. All of a sudden, look at the extra little tidbits of contrast we've got. Yeah, that was kind of wild. That was real wild. And again, Galadriel as a Twilight ring wraith. Now, I would like to, if possible, take this. Yeah, major filbert style brush going on there. And let's really start getting some of our leafy bits. Leafy bits and cratery things, right, Camda? That is going to be basically a guide to all science. It's a botanical and astronomical treatise. All things astronomy, all things botanical. Leafy bits and cratery things. And you thought that the Book of Wapol was just about painting stuff. It's an addendum to the Book of Wapol. Leafy bits and cratery things. More. Oh, look at that. Now those start to stand out. That's a warmer green versus the that court turquoise there. And same deal in here. And then in the wood there, we'll get so we'll look at that. I definitely have to refresh that brush. We'll be going also later too with the stuff we're doing with our greens here. No doubt about it. Look at that. See all that darker stuff there? Gotta go back. We gotta refresh the brush. I will be putting some of my foliage on here, mostly the flock. We'll also get maybe a little bit of our water effects in there. In this case, just I think a little quick brushing of some of our heavy gloss gel over the top of that should probably suffice. Give it a little bit of clear and a little bit of shiny. And yeah, well, okay, a little bit up there, and that's it for that. Now let me get me another little piece of paper towel here that I can mess around with, like so. Again, just gonna squeegee that stuff out of there. No cleaner, no thinner, no nothing. Look at that. I mean, that's not perfectly clean, but look at that. It's certainly different than what we had before we started squeegeeing some of the paint out of there. Is this going to be light enough? Hopefully. We'll find out in a sec. We'll find out in a second. Inganes, how you doing? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Thank you so much, Inganes. Inganes, guess what? Also paints with the oil paints. You need to follow Inganes because it's as good to see as many different folks using the oils as possible. So Inganes, definitely post that link there. So check this out, Inganes. We have more Trench Crusade goodness. A little War Prophet right there. That's going to be super fun. We've got ourselves the, I think this is like technically the first of the new Antioch right here. Also, the first couple of the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. This one's going to have object source lighting, needless to say. Oh, maybe we do. I don't know. Maybe we'll do that one. But also, we got another Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. Now, here I'm going to put candle flames on there. It made no sense to try and do that. You know, as an STL, they would just break off. Easier to just put those on after the fact. So, but check out the Instagram link. that Inganes just posted, and everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, if you're going to be streaming, this weekend on Sunday or something like that, just let the folks know they can be geared up and ready to catch you there. Where are we at with this guy? I think we're over here. Inganes, I think you'll enjoy. This was not one. It's going to be. I'm going to be featuring the creation of the file. Well, a testing of the creation of the file, and the video I'm filming after the stream. Now it's a kind of a tank commander who technically would probably work for 40k also. So Tuesday, probably Tuesday morning your time, right, Inganes? I think the team seems to be in the mornings when you're most likely to be streaming. And of course, Camden, if you want to reshare your link there again, I think Blades. Hopefully, maybe we've gotten Blades off to sleep there. Otherwise, if Blades wanted to again share link to their Instagrams, that would be glorious. All right, we have not gotten any. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right, Cam? We're gonna throw a little bit of turquoise in that water there, like we do. Now we shall maybe lighten that up a smidge there. Let's see what happens with this. So late morning to early afternoon in Gane's time. Boom, here we are. Yeah. Now let's get a little bit of this down here. Yeah, we'll be hitting this with the water effects too. This is just to kind of colorize what we already have here in some way, shape, or form. Let me reset this a little. Let's see. Are we at about two? Okay, so we're about at the 2 hour mark. So again, 35, 45 minutes. I think I'll break out ye old fast matte white again, and we'll really start to get some very, very light stuff in the robes and such. Also in our water here too. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Great to see ya. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you were in the chat earlier, but I think Ryan might have come across a interesting discovery that could lead to the successful resizing of all of the 30-foot tall gummy bears. Yeah, we might have found it. Well, Ryan might have found a solution to get those things not just smaller, but also scaled without doing any actually adding detail. So actually scaling them down, but actually kind of making the files a little bit more detailed. And I'm also going to film that process too, of course, best as I can. But it does mean we could be significantly closer to getting at least the gummy bear files out there for folks to play around with. There we go. It's a process that I might be doing on every single thing that I've got. Do I want to do this with not with the Mars Yellow Deep? As the asphaltum? Let's try that. But over here. How much wow, okay. Good. I was saying, how much later can we go on this little tree root here. Turns out very light, which is good. No problem there, Grand Oracle. No problem. Grand Oracle, I was able to again come some with some really fun. It's not just image-wise for all the ships for the Middle Earth War at Sea game, but actual like rules concepts. So the ship, yeah, we're trying to come up with nifty designs, but the like for the dwarves, obviously dwarves are not exactly ocean-going creatures, but they they do mess around with rivers. And of course, river monitors, right, Grand Oracle? Just kind of think something along the lines of the Union River monitors. Obviously, with lots of the dwarven style armor on the sides, angled sides. The smokestacks kind of have those iron scope, the dwarven heads kind of on the top of the stacks. And then the dwarven ballistas. So there's one, the much larger one, has several dwarven ballistas kind of coming out of gun ports. The smaller river monitor just has one large kind of open, almost like an open barbette. Grand Oracle. Nice to see you there again, Papillon. Happy Saturday. So Papillon, here's what we painted last night on stream. So we have tarot card version of our Arwen flat, and then that's more of a bas relief version right there. So that was last night on stream. Great to see you there, Thranuel. So Thranuel, hopefully, maybe in the last couple of weeks or so, it's class and everything else has been a little bit less hectic. I'm thinking it's still probably been pretty hectic. Just kind of hoping that you're maybe catching a little bit of a break there. Thanks, Papillon. And of course, we've got ourselves some fabulous new busts too. We got several new Trench Crusade busts. There will be more test prints coming out tonight after the stream. Well, this morning. It already is this morning. It's 1:14 in the morning here. Speaking of Trench Crusade busts, that will be the topic of the Saturday stream. Trench Crusade busts, at least two of them. I don't think we'll get to three, but we're going to try to at least hit two of them. Now, let's start. Ooh, that's way too much stuff on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. So, Surface Tension, same deal. Why don't you share some of that stuff in the chat? That good old oil painting stuff. Hopefully, Saturday is off to a great start. Hopefully, the anti-death orb shield is functioning and in place. Sorry that Christmas and New Year's not as fun as you would have liked there, Thranuel. Here's hoping at some point you get yourself a little bit of a break. Let me hit this real quick. Let me just get that there. All right, good enough. And I'm just gonna something right there. Now let me get back to the eyes is up here. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. fabulous oil paint. That's more the 10 mil stuff, right? Surface tension. Trying to get me some eyebrows here. Also over there. Eyelids here now. Prussian blue, and then some of this for some irises here. Get that in here. Another one, maybe there, or is that a little too far over? Push that to the left a little bit there. Hopefully, like we were talking about, right? You're kind of coming up with a real good system there to crank through all that stuff. I'm sure surface tension. So good that the anti-death orb shield is at full function there. Bring this down a little further there. Don't want that to be too dark. I'll pep you in. Hopefully at some point you do get a chance to, even if it's just a limited chance to kind of test the oil paints, even if it's just doing a little bit of color charts here and there, maybe a little black and white study or a value study where it's just one light color, one dark color. Yeah, try to make it as easy as possible on yourself when you're first getting started. You don't want to have to worry about a whole full palette and everything while you're trying to get used to a brand new medium. That is no fun. Lighter on the upper surfaces of the cheekbones there. Let us get more of our light in the eye there too. Now we're talking. Gonna try those again. I think we got the shape of them locked in a little bit better. Now here's hoping that works out, Thranduil, that you can get a chance to play with that. We're almost there. That's it, I think. Now we gotta try and get some much lighter blue. We gotta sneak this in there somehow. Sneak this in. Down there just a teensy bit. Alrighty. Now, Papillon, we did do a film noir just recently because we wanted to show the difference. Even here you can see the gold versus the turquoise. Take all that away, it almost looks like there's no shading at all. Here she just kind of looks like a wraith. Start bringing back said color, and all of a sudden, again, that contrast starts to emerge once again. But this was one of our value study. This is a tutorial I did on the Patreon page right here with Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. One light color, one dark color. That's it. You can see the difference. Now we have the one with the color in it there. Nope, nope, nope. I want this stuff here. Now, we also do have a 28mm figure sitting over here. We're going to get to that now and let this have a chance to set for at least a half-ish hour or so. There, so we're going to get this one now caught up to this one here. Let me do one quickie little thing here. No, that's too late. We shall back away from that. Good idea. That would have been too light for that. Much better plan. I think we're still going to go later on the chin. And look at this surface tension. That's a Galadriel from long ago. That is the very first Loot Studios figure ever painted, and it's just shocking to see the folds from my figure versus the undulations and folds on theirs. There's a little bit of a difference, wouldn't you say? Now again, let's start to do some stuff on here, just like we did on the other Galadriel. Let's get some of the lighter skin tone out here, just like we did. So that one, probably 2020. Some point in 2020 we did that one. That was probably the first large-scale figure that I ever printed as well. And I don't know if you heard me earlier in the stream there, Surface Tension or Grand Oracle, that I'm getting mighty spoiled now with the folds in my figures. Yeah, I'm getting real spoiled with those kind of folds versus, well, the other kinds of folds. And again, we've got many miniatures to show what folds really should look like. Yeah, that it was super fun doing that semi-translucent. It always is, right? Surface tension. It is always fun doing that. I need to get there we go, a little bit more of that lighter stuff in there. Now let's start to do some of the lighter stuff on the cloth, like what we were doing on the larger one. It's kind of the same idea. We'll bring some of the turquoise in there. So again, the same idea what we did on the larger one. Now I think well, like on Egyptian figs there, surface tension, that's always a good prospect there. I'm definitely thinking about doing some Anubis type stuff. Let me do this here. And again, more of this light. And then we'll again get back into some of the turquoise on this one, is like we did with the other Galadriel, the larger one. I sort of like this idea of painting the large and small scale versions kind of in the same set like this, or same stream, to show that, okay, the scale is different, but the concepts all remain the same because, well, color is color. That's kind of how it goes. Now, that needs a little thinner. Oh, there you go, surface tension. Undead Galadriel. There you go. And of course, well, we could create that concept for sure. Let me do this. And now that. A little more here. Yep. Starting to again get some of our lighter stuff working. We'll get some of the lightest skin tones on here as well. In through here. I also have that Eowyn figure that I was talking about earlier in the stream. That was a figure that I had sculpted, back in 2003 from scratch. It was the most, that was the most advanced thing I'd ever done with green stuff at that time, was to again sculpt a whole new figure. Come on, there we are. It was a figure that even now GW has still never made, even after all these years. So it is still a totally unique sculpt. You know what? I'm actually going to put these in now. Get that other one. There we go. And that would be this one right here. Now, of course, the one that I sculpted was 28 mil, so, well, more like that. But yeah, that they never did that sculpt all those years ago. Yeah, we'll probably try that maybe on the if I'm not, yeah, I'll do that on the kind of our next weekend streaming there. So, well, guess what? Probably next Friday you'll be seeing those. Ink surface tension. I could use me some of this right here. Ink surface tension. So now 2 hours 18 minutes. Yeah, from basically zero to what we've got here. And again, they started out just like this. They were the exact same primer. I know, because I brushed on that primer at all the same time. It's the Ebony Flesh primer from Badger Stynylrez there. And yes, just brushed it on, no airbrush. Just took a junky old brush and brushed that stuff on. How's about some lighter skin tones here? A bit more of that white in there. Hand in the face and such. Nice. So Threnuel, I think you've seen it's been a little bit frostier here. I still think we're at most at average snowfall, either average or slightly below average. in terms of snowfall, but I think temperature-wise, we are finally back to like, oh yeah, this is what winter should be like. So while it has made things a little bit jinky at times, especially when it comes to printing and stuff, I have appreciated the fact that we've had ourselves some cold this winter. Actually, Armored Wolf, I know you were saying there was a talk about a decent amount of snow. Hopefully, you haven't had to spend more time shoveling today. So minus 20 Celsius, what would you say about maybe 3, 4 degrees or something? That's we had. Well, we had about minus 50 Celsius wind chills here a couple weeks ago. No, not a couple weeks, like last week. So yeah, minus 20. That's got to be maybe 5-ish degrees, something like that. Again, could be wrong. Could be colder than that. Let's put it this way: it has not been. I think the warmest it has been in several. Well, actually, now again, a couple of weeks has probably been. I want to say minus 5 Celsius. That's the warmest it's been, and that was very brief. I would say on average it's been about minus 10 to minus 30, 40 or so. All right, back to our dirt. Ooh, okay, let's get a little thinner into that. There we go. That is better. We do need to get a little hint of the eyelids and eyebrows here now. Boom. What the heck? Oh, bio drones. That's it, right? Surface tension. The ancient Welshlandic bio drones that, well, they lost control of and they flew away to Canada. And that's how we have Canada geese. They were originally Welshlandic bio drones that they used as weather predictors, kind of like how we would use weather radar. But they didn't want to upset the locals, right? By having satellites going overhead, so they created the weather drone, the bio drones. I want to, you know what? Here, let me go a little smidge, a little lighter with some skin tone. Let me see if this is gonna work. 1 second. We might also have to get some more. I think we got a decent amount of rosé in the cheeks there. I don't know if we need to do more on that. I know I can get some more on the hand here. I mean, these are all well-established historical facts, right? Right surface tension. That's what so on this side we're missing a little bit of our light. We shall bring that in there. Also here, also there. And back to this. Got a little bit of our violet in there. But again, we got to come back with some of our turquoise in the cloth too here for some of the mid-range dark. So again, Thranio, I kind of hope that hope things get a little bit easier there for you. I know it's been quite the challenge for quite some time between again school and work and everything else. Yeah, I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna grab me some of my again. This is that crazy turquoise that we made in one of our recent tutorial videos. Oh, this is almost going to be like a glazy thing here. Not quite, but sort of kind of glazy. Get that in some of these here folds. Yeah, let's do that. In here too, yeah. You can see it on our large Galadriel there. That will actually mix with some of the lighter color we were just putting on there. And then we got some, oh, there we go, look at that. See, that is now offering to get a little bit more contrast, right, with those golds. And we, gee whiz, I think we only just started playing around with this again, what, 20-ish minutes ago? Don't blink. Right, surface tension. If you blink, you will most definitely miss something, or maybe several somethings. And just start breaking down that lighter color. I need some of that in the water here. Minus the big old clump of paint on the end of the brush, of course. We'll start to get some of our lighter greens in the foliage. I'm going to have to look up surface tension when this, the GW version of this pose came out. I would guess 2002 at the very latest, but probably could be as late, early as late 2001. Yeah, I might be all wrong about that, but something tells me it could have been maybe even in 2021. Well, it certainly was made in 2021. Released in that same year? Maybe, maybe not. But definitely they must have made it then. This is, again, our lighter violet here. It's going to go on that lower lip here. Back to our light skin tone. Well, surface tension. You know, most people don't know about the sister. Yes, Schmaladriel, just like Schmandorf, right? And yeah, they wanted to have two of them carved at the entrance of the whatever the main river that went into Lothlorien was. Let me do this. There we are. Maybe let me go back with this somewhat darker stuff here again to get ourselves some eyes. Is there now some? No, that's too dark. Too dark. Let's go back here. Some of our umber. Maybe even a little bit of the a little bit dark on some of the hair too. Where are we at with this? Okay, I'm just trying to sneak in a little bit more of an eyebrow there. So Smear Ladriel, is that that's your more gossipy sister there, Uber Yeti? Yeah, she wasn't terribly popular in Lothlorien because she just liked to spread around lots of gossip about people or other elves. Well, when you've been around for thousands of years, right, Uber Yeti, there's going to be lots of gossip. Who knows what kind of gossip there was? Okay, let me get some of this lighter stuff on the lower lip again. Now that we darken that back down, this should show up a little bit more. Sure enough, it does. That's what we just needed to kind of darken that down a little bit there. Might try it one more time here. Let me get that a little darker again. The light was just a little too thick there. Maybe not thin enough paint. Let's try this again. That's it. It just had to be a little bit thinner to be able to stick there. Well, that makes even more sense. Yep, that makes even more sense. I think surface tension for sure. Let me try to get here some of our violet in with that turquoise there. Oh, and also to smear Ladriel when every swim meet in Middle Earth. Specialized in long distance swimming, right? Surface tension. Let me do this right here. Alright, I'm gonna get the. Let me get our white out here. Fast matte white, where are you hiding? Fast matte white. Just find a spot for you. Fine. You'll go over there for right now. We'll do the lighter stuff on this one here. Then we're going to get to our bigger Galadriel. Let's do that here. All right. Lighter stuff now. Here, let me get some thinner in there just to keep that active. And this should really make... Oh, that makes a big difference there. In these folds. Oh, yeah. Oh, these folds now really gonna start to jump out at you. Well, look at that. This is the part that really needs to get brightened up here. Yeah, well, there we go. Very helpful. Yeah, that's really starting to stand out now. Again, this is the same process that we did on the larger one. As far as how the midtones went on, some of the darker midtones. Look at that sleeve there now. Yeah, let's catch some light on the end of that. You know what? I will do a little more of this in the water here. I'm still going to take the, our heavy gloss gel and just a little something over, not as much as the larger one, but a little something there. I think the edge of that, oh yeah, that also now stands out nicely. Couple little lights on some of the knuckles there. Thanks, Papillon. No, actually, someone who does is also in the stream. That would be one Armored Wolf Productions. Armored Wolf, why don't you share why don't you share your Insta link there? Fabulous videos on how those dice bags get made. Because guess what Armored Wolf is doing right now? Is it more? Let's see. Well, you just finished all the metal work and all of the grommets and rivets on that bag. Is it back to more cutting and stitching right now, Armored Wolf, or is it tooling? Also, too, you forgot to mention surface tension, invulnerable to volcanic eruptions. Yeah, invulnerable to pyroclastic flows. So stitching up that Black Templar bag. That is why Armored Wolf says hashtag no sleep in Wampleville. So yeah, Papillon, it's gonna be a full morning. Yeah, because it's not evening, it's morning. So after the stream, we've got to get another round of prints going. FDM prints too. Then film a tutorial video, get that film edited and rendered and posted to the Patreon page before the Saturday stream somehow. Also shovel some more snow. Also, let's see, we got to do some air fryer stuff. We got to make our fabulous dump cake as well. Also, squeeze in some laundry there. Also, do a whole bunch of graphics for the next Instagram post, which will probably be these lads here. So it'll be Sauron and Mouth of Sauron. So yeah, these will probably go up in the Insta post for Saturday. So yeah, we got ourselves a whole lot more fun contrasty stuff. And again, that is a color that I just made myself. Right there, very fun. We call it phthalo violet because it's basically this right over here, this sort of not radiant dark violet mixed with phthalo green. A very interesting color for sure. Some of this also in the hair. Get some of those lightest lights in the hair. Then we'll have to put this aside and we'll again roll on back to our larger one. Uber Yeti, I was so glad that I found those Monster energy drinks that don't they're the zero sugar ones. Yeah, it's got all the other stuff. Actually, it's even got more of the other stuff, but doesn't have the sugar. And actually, the other thing too, Uber Yeti, there is of course the well, what would you say the leafy version of Monster as that's asparagus. That's got a lot of the same stuff that the Monster energy drinks do, except with a little bit of extra. Right? It's got plenty of fiber for you there. Now this is our warmer green here. So this is the radiant green mix. That's a little too much of the yellow. I'm gonna yeah. Let's back away to more of a cooler letter. It's basically matching the hair. We don't want to do that. Yeah, Uber Yeti. I'll show you some pictures of some of the ones I've got. There's two different sets that I've been getting. It's not that there's necessarily one I prefer dramatically over the other. I think there's one I kind of like it a little bit better, and that's the medicine I've been having lately. Arda Michael, did you get a chance to share your stuff there in the chat? And actually, well, Arda Michael, what kind of snow are you getting there? Are you getting the 36 inches or are you getting the 2 inches of snow? Because again, the prediction was, between 0 inches of snow and 50 feet of snow. It could be 90 degrees. It might be only 9 degrees. There could be 50-mile-an-hour winds. There could be no winds. A typical forecast. Again, since they don't have access to the Welshlandic biodrones like we do, Modern day weather predictions are, well, they're not quite so accurate, right? Surface tension. Of course, ours are far more accurate. Let's get that green all the way down here. So all that, here, you can see it. All right, they're doing the same thing. Hey there, Chiron. How you doing? Well, Chiron, I haven't read the books yet. Well, I'll never get a chance to read the books. I have the Andy Serkis narrated audiobooks. There will be no surprises in those for me because, well, I've studied basically studied the books, and obviously huge differences between all the characters. Well, also characters that didn't exist that suddenly existed, and characters that existed that then didn't exist in the movies. So, yep, Chiron, I can draw you an entire map of Arda. Not just Middle Earth, but I can draw you an entire map of Arda. I also know me a little bit of Sindarin, a little bit of Quenya, and also a little bit of Black Speech of Mordor. Yes, Ashnach Grimbatul, Bozomishi. So Black Tower rises. In darkness, bind them. We need some of our... Oh, we need to get some of the light on the other side of this. One Sakola here. Nope. And then, then we're going to get some of this in our skin tone as well. And the hair. Got to do both of those things. There we are. Actually, Chiron, I don't... Ooh, geez, this is definitely before your time. But I think it was last Thanksgiving. The very first ornament painting stream was actually painting Arda. So Middle Earth was just a tiny portion of the globe. And we did all the other continents that do not really, well, obviously, a lot of people don't even know exist. So yeah, there's you know what, we'll just stick with the same stuff that we did before. Where's that? There it is. That's our asphaltum right there. Actually, surface tension. Now there also maybe is rumors that the ancient Welshlandians also that their language was suspiciously close to the Black Speech of Mordor. Let me do this here. Again, a little bit of the lighter, kind of, sort of a brown here. The brownish gray, basically. So obviously characters like, Prince Imrahil. Nobody's ever done a bust of Prince Imrahil. I will do a bust based on our flat that we made, yes, of Prince Imrahil. Again, much like our before version here of Kamul. Kamul is the best of all wraiths. There we go. So Uber Yeti is willing to offer an eyewitness account. We will trust in Uber Yeti's observations. Actually, now Papillon, I don't have I have the audio book of the Silmarillion. What I think, thanks Papillon. Holy smokes. Yes. So instead of the, I don't know, 25 CDs that it's on, I have plenty of Audible credits. So yes, Papian, thanks. If somebody can remind me just after the stream, just quick go on to Audible and snag the Silmarillion. That would be a far sight easier than having, like, again, it's a big pile of CDs. That would be much easier. Now, of course, Tolkien, he wanted those to be published at the same time. And remember, he was not terribly enthused about splitting up. He wanted Lord of the Rings to be published in one volume and Silmarillion at the same time. Essentially, they like, well, if you ever want that Silmarillion published, you're going to have to bust up your big thing into three parts. And he never was satisfied with the Two Towers name. He visualized Two Towers as it was Isengard and Minas Ithil / Minas Morgul. That was what he visualized, but then he kind of shifted on that. So obviously in the Peter Jackson stuff, you think, oh, Two Towers, it's Mordor and Isengard. That was not how he saw it at all. Hey there, Valfera. Yep, Valfera, believe it or not, just like I predicted, it started snowing right then. But Valfera, I think tomorrow, well, later today, the start time will be even more favorable for you. Let's do this right here. So Papillon, now that I have the ability to make my own figures, another little project that there's a project that I've wanted to do. It's to create the 12 houses of Gondolin. And now with the ability to make my own figures, while I had a number of different elf types from obviously several different sculptors, I like the ability to be able to literally make my own elf miniatures. Technically, Uber Yeti, I've actually painted a lot of stuff on vellum. I mean, it's not quite the same, but painting those Celtic drums, it's basically painting on skin. So it's sort of like vellum. I actually have had a chance to work with some genuine vellum. That is really nice stuff. Hey there, Helgret. Great to see you. So Helgret, if you wanted to, share something in the chat there, please go ahead. And of course, happy Saturday to you. Let's see. Did we do? No, we didn't. We didn't get the dark there. We gotta get some dark in between the fingers there. All right. Boom. So yeah, Velfera been talking about the very excited about the Middle Earth War at Sea, and of course the rules. And again, the rules are influencing the ship designs, not the other way around. So yes, when you see these designs, it's not like, okay, this was done with just like, okay, let's do something wild and crazy that looks wild. It was more like, well, okay, this makes sense for the type of ships they would have. So that's been super fun, Valfira. Let me dig a little bit darker now. Okay, so now we're going to, pretty soon we'll shift back. Oh, actually right now, because we got to get our lighter stuff on here now. Let's do that. Actually, now, Velfira, I'm guessing we were talking about, you might get 2 inches of snow, you might get 36 inches or 5 feet of snow or whatever the prediction was. I wasn't sure if any of that actually came to pass. Oh, looky there. Oh, there you go. There's your really light stuff happening. Also, too, on the hair and on the skin tones, we got lots of our lightest light to add in here. So, for instance, we were talking about the dwarves, and the dwarves, their ships are primarily river monitors along the lines of obviously your Union ironclad river monitors. No cannons, of course, but they do have their ballistas. Lighter up here on this tiara. Gotta get some for the eyes is here. There's that one. There is that one, and now some more of the light in the eyes there. Hey, there's Sector X. So Sector X, I'll send you a bunch of pictures of some of the stuff that I've been working on. Let's just say, Sector X, that a great deal of advancements have been made in the last few weeks. Actually, what was it, Camda? We realized that it was only September. Was it September? I think it was maybe late September or something like that when I made the very first flat. I keep thinking that, we've been doing this for years. No, it's been like a couple of months. Well, that's what they had, Velfair. Actually, believe it or not, Velfair, I've printed out about 5 of those. I printed out Dandelion and Middle Earth's version. I printed out Printing Goes Ever On's version. I think Kurzlook did a version. Davale did a version. I might even have the Papal 3D version printed out, or I don't know. But I know I've printed out at least 4 of those, if not 5. So Silver Tongue, Central Time Zone. Silver Tongue, the stream we've been talking about, the Saturday stream is going to be starting earlier. Again, possibly as early as, say, I'll try for a little bit before 10 Central. But I think 10 Central is the most likely start time for the Saturday stream. Now, of course, what we don't say, right, Camden, is that we're in the far eastern time zone, or the far eastern suburbs of Melbourne here. Yeah, I think that's how it rolls, Camden. Yeah, see, these are the far eastern suburbs of Melbourne. So therefore, we're on Melbourne time. So Silver Tongue, I hope to act. Oh, hey, Silver Tongue, if you want to post some stuff in the chat there too that you've been maybe painting on stream and all that kind of stuff. Sorry if I forgot to ask. And Silver Tongue, we will be painting. Well, the Stigmatic Nun for sure. I was thinking about also doing the War Prophet, but I think we're gonna do our first Iron Sultanate bust. And then, let me get this back here. Again, we also printed out the first of our Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent busts. These should be really, really fun to do as well. And again, we'll at least do those 2 busts. Then we have that sort of, what would you say, that Jeanne d'Arc themed bust. We'll probably paint that alongside maybe either one of our new Antioch heroes there, or perhaps again this other, because this one's got some object source lighting. This here, a Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent right there. Yeah, those will be. I'm hoping that our stream next Saturday could also again be this slightly earlier time, trying to take advantage of well normal winter temperatures, which means no February tornadoes or nothing like that. We're doing some Harley Quinns there. Oh, well, just a little medicine never hurts, right, Silver Tongue? Just a little bit of medicine. And Silver Tongue, even if it's an older post, that'd be fine. Cause again, what if folks haven't seen it yet? And of course, everybody, please give Silver Tongue Studio a follow. No. Let's refresh this. Let's refresh this first. Boom. All right. Gotta get this as light as possible up here. Well, for obvious reasons. I mean, this is going to be catching the most light. Better make this here as light as we can. So, and of course, Velfira, the Harad, kind of well, all of the Harad ships have some version of a Howdah on them, but basically well, it would be this guy's ship right here, the Golden King of Abrakan, his flagship. Oh my gosh, let's put it this way, Valfira. I can't wait for Armada Monday for that. Yes, just imagine Miwas Valfera will be featured soon enough on our Middle Earth War, or sorry, on our Armada Mondays. So everybody check out the Insto link there that Silver Tongue Studio just shared. Everybody please give Silver Tongue Studio a follow. Now, of course, the Gondorian ships. We're not talking about Dol Amroth. Not talking about Dol Amroth. We're talking about the Gondorian ships. They're sort of like a cross between, kind of a little bit Carrack, a little bit Caravel. The Farharad ships, which I'm super, super enthused about, they're actually basically entirely made of wicker, and they're catamarans. And the sails are actually kind of, they almost look like Zulu shields, and they're kind of separated on either side of the mast. And again, yeah, all of the Farharad ships, all wicker and all catamarans. Obviously, your Harad ships are focused mostly on archery. They don't have things like ballistas or anything like that, but they do have lots of archers. And the whole idea of their, I mean, even some of the masts will have howdahs on them. And the idea is that they can fire down onto the decks of enemy ships. So they want to get close enough for bow fire, but not so close. Obviously, your dwarven ships, they're also going to have grappling hooks on them, and various devices, because they wanna get up close and personal. And I think pretty much like all standard dwarven ships, not really affected by changes in the wind. I I mean, that's kind of a every dwarves in every sea game. Get look at that. Look at that lighter stuff now in the cloth. Up here too is nice. And it made a little bit on the water down here. Let me try some even lighter green. We did this on the small Galadriel. It's going to make a big difference here on this size Galadriel, though. Oh, yeah. More of it. Let's do it. We got a lot of this to do on here. The other one, not so much on our little Galadriel there. So again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Silver Tongue posted, and then give Silver Tongue Studio a follow. Lighter up here. Yeah. Definitely up here too. Yes. And up all the leafy bits here. So you have the Gondorian ships were very heavy, sort of like floating castles. Yeah, really, huge forecastle and such. Again, designed for basically getting up close to other ships and kind of duking it out that way. And then, well, Corsair ships are Corsair ships, obviously. We go more of this here. Huge surprise, elven ships focused on speed and maneuverability, but also a little stealthy. Yes, that was the elves kind of, well, sort of like with Galadriel, right? The ability to either blind enemy archers or something like that. So either stealthy or, again, some kind of a way of making enemy archery or ballistas or whatever less effective than they otherwise might be. Still, oh yeah. Up here, get this layer stuff up in the foliage there. Yep. Now there was another troop transports. That was the other thing I wanted to introduce because obviously, even in the War of the Ring board game, you've got Umbar is one of the, what would you say, one of the expansions, and they essentially can act as their action like as basically as transports. So let's say that Harad wanted to attack the Grey Havens. Well, then they would hitch a ride with the Corsairs. Now I decided that all different like obviously the dwarves have their own troop transport. The Gondorians, and the that was the thing that the yes, Dol Amroth. Well, guess what? Their troop transports horses, but not quite like a certain other transport, right? Surface tension that somehow transported 500 horses plus all the troops. Yet it was the size of a rowboat. It was also nuclear powered, and it moved at about 100 knots. Let's see. So Silver Tongue, I almost never get to paint any other time except for filming or streaming. Filming is different than streaming because with filming, I basically have to try and break things down into, for lack of a better term, chapters. So there are times with the filming process that the painting is a little bit different. What I'm doing here on stream, well, this is also not like how I would normally paint because I would have 10 other ones of these. Plus some terrain, a couple hundred other miniatures, and I'd be painting them all at the same time. So even the streams is not quite like what real life painting would be like, but I don't get to do real life painting anymore because it's, again, it's either being filmed or it's being streamed, one or the other. I think the last time I filmed some or I painted something that was not streamed was like Christmas Eve, and I was painting some Christmas presents for people. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the last time that I painted anything that wasn't either streamed or filmed. And that was because, well, there was some folks in town. I went, wait a minute, they're in town? Okay, I guess I need to do the Christmas presents now. See you later, Papillon. And hopefully we see you later today. Well, later tonight there, Papillon. Appreciate you being here, as always. There we go. There's some of our lighter greens. And I might still do a little bit of glazy stuff on these in a bit as well. Now, how's about turquoise violet? I'm gonna get some of this. Let's break down some of this. Get this out there. Because we have our turquoise. Now I'm going to try and get me a little bit more of this bluish violet. So get yet another color in, and then we'll try to get some real genuine violet. Oh, look at that. You can see a little bit of bluishness there. Well, of course, we haven't forgotten this bust, Valfira. And it looks like he had a little whack at you right there. Yeah, we haven't forgotten about him, Valfira. No, Valfira, those giant drill bits that I was showing you. Well, I had my first chance to test those out. I was able to drill a 3/4 inch hole into this one here, so we got a big old magnet. So look at this. This will tell you just how big this magnet is right here. So this is a 72 mil fig. That's how big this that's what's going into that thing over there. It's a mega magnet. There you go. That is a mega magnet. Ooh, yeah, I'm liking that blue over here. Same deal here now. Ooh, yeah, this is a little bit on the rough side. Now we might have to go back into some of our lighter stuff there too, but it's up here where I think we really could use some of this. Maybe even some of the sky blue. Plus, let me get, no, we won't use this for it. Let me use this for it. Yeah, Uber Yeti, I made the mistake of taking this figure and setting it on my phone. Why was that a mistake? Look at how that's an even bigger magnet. Again, I think that's an 1.25 inch magnet right there. Now we want to get no, Mars Yellow Deep. Perhaps a smidge of ombre. Oh, and the Naples yellow. All right, let me see what we got here. This should be kind of a grayish color. I think that's a little too much paint here. Let's oh, looky there. A hint of translucency. Yeah, we're going to do that up here. Just the slightest hint of it. Not over here, right? Over here, what? Look at that. See, you got kind of the hair color now coming through. We had to be patient. Don't be hasty. Had to be patient before we add that. Again, that's just a little teensy bit of our gold there. And here we are. So these were the type of bits that we secured right there. Obviously, I started with the smaller one to do a little bit of a pilot hole. And needless to say, that's got to be done before the paint goes on there. Which means I also have to do that to those Trench Crusade busts. See, we did the same thing here. Look at that. See a little bit of the yellow in there now. Let me get some of the paint out of this brush here. Spread that out a little bit. You can see, look at, there's some of the, usually our brush is darker when we pull it away from doing the blending brush stuff. Here, in this case, it is lighter. So again, a tiny little bit, you can see a tiny little bit of the gold. No, we need to do that here. This is the brush, yeah. We need to do a little bit of that here. And a touch of it there. So again, wherever that's kind of covering up the hair, we want to have a little teensy bit of translucency there. Also here, yep, there we go. This is, of course, the Omni channel where, well, cuisine, home repair. So yeah, Velfair, hopefully you don't have to worry about ice jams. Because it sounds like that cold's been there a little while. Again, here we're just kind of having a normal winter for a change. So therefore, cold is sticking around for a while. I mean, yeah, did you see, if there was snow on the ground, the snow was there till March, or even April, or sometimes even June. So we welcome the return of actual winter. Again, same deal like we did with our other one, just this little hint here. Little teensy hint of some of the hair color. Ever so slight. Again, just kind of peeking through that veil. I mean, it is a veil, so makes sense. Here. Now I think back to our lightest light. Let me do that here. We still have our, yeah, we still got our fast matte white out here. Oh, and by the way, 3 hours and 13 minutes ago, neither one of these had any paint at all. So see you later, Papillon again. Sorry if I missed you. Lightest light up here again. Lightest light here. Now that we did some of that tan, whatever, we need to get back to our... there we go. And that kind of sets those folds back a little bit further. This is our blending brush right here. Do that right there. There. Where's it? Oh, here we go. Yeah. And this is that Loot Studios figure. You can see we did the translucent cloth there. Again, well, you got the skin tone there, right? As soon as it gets away from the skin, well, it's going to be back to more of a white, which is another reason. Remember, that's why we're getting all of the injecting all that turquoise and such into the cloth so that there would be maximum possible color contrast with the hair, which I think we're pretty successful in doing that. There. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Now we're really starting to pick up some highlights on the hair. Moving our way down, but only so far down. We need to get a little more light on this cloth here. That's getting a little too dark there. Blending brush returns. So you just got those crazy lines there. Well, looky here. Yeah, that is now gone. Again, another handy tip is that if you use the bristle part of the brush as opposed to the stick part, you generally get a better result with the paint. We often forget that on the stream, so we just decided to, again, remind everybody that yes, the wooden part not as good as the hairy part for trying to paint the miniatures. Again, every so often we forget that, and then we are rudely reminded that the stick part doesn't work as well, and that's why people are somewhat suspicious of our bristle-free brush line. Again, they would just claim that those are sticks. We say no, they're much more than just a stick. They have many uses. Let's do this. So you're going to make your own texture paste. How are you going to mix that stuff up? You need a stick to mix that up. How many other brushes out there can mix texture paste for you? Shooting a little bit of the blue there. I'm gonna try this here. No. Better thin that down. That's just thin it down here. Okay, I think we got this. That's gonna go down in this area here. Did it? Again, plus this here. Yeah, we need a little bit of transition. We kind of go from a mid-tone to like uber light with not a whole bunch in between. Ooh, you know what? All right. Look, no, more of this. So we're actually going to get ourselves a wee spot of skin tone here. At least in this sleeve. And as you can see, it's focused in the shadow areas. Not so much in those the latest areas, because that's where again you got the natural lighting of it is going to take away a little bit of that. Oh, here we go. There, a little bit more again of the skin tone showing through that. Little bit of loaded blending brush action there. So we're using it as a blending brush, but it also has some paint on it. That's got to be a little lighter. Oh, that might be too light for some skin. Let me try this. Okay, we wanted to get a little more reflected light on the chin and on the jaw there. What have we here? Let me do this. Yeah, definitely gonna get this reflected light there. Now, yeah, I have to separate that a little more. Now back to it here again with this, with the lighter stuff here. Better thin that down a little. We need to. There we go. That the light on the chin there. It's a little too much. Like it's this one little area and then nowhere else. We got to expand that out. I had to kind of wait because the paint there was see, it wasn't set enough. Now I can expand on that a whole lot more. So a little bit of liquid sunshine there in Welshlandia. I'm sure everything was barked at that should be barked at, right surface tension. Try to lighten up that a little bit more there. And now again, more of the light here on the chin and on the jaw. Maybe, which is the one that we were using as our micro blending brush? Was it this? I think maybe it was this one right here. We shall spread that out because we didn't want a line there. We're pretty good over here. Get a little more spreading that out. I can imagine that that engineered more barking for sure, surface tension. I'm gonna go a little lighter here on the I'll expand to the left and right anyway. Some of the light on the forehead. Nice there. Some of it here. And then we're going to try to maybe expand. Yes, we'll make that a little bigger here with this. Nope, not enough. We're getting there. Oh yeah, now we're getting there. Here, let's again expand this a little more, maybe a bit more thinner. I need to do a similar thing there. Back to trying to get me a little bit more of the pupil, at least that kind of a mid-tone portion. Jeez, let's break this down a little more. I think we're good to go now. Almost there, almost. Teensy touch more. Let me rotate this around. A little dark over the top of that. And now a bit more of the lightest stuff on the very bottom edge. Okay, that might have been a little more thinner than I needed, so we're going to get some of that out of there. We need to carve away a little bit of that lower portion of the iris there. We're going to make the bottom portion of that not quite so dark there. We don't need Goth Galadriel. We're not looking for Goth Galadriel. You know what, I'm gonna, here, let me wander over to the Payne's Gray. Yeah, and then maybe over here. I need to get here a little extra dark in that upper lip. So we actually mixing the Payne's Gray in with this almost like an alizarin crimson type color. And I'm going to definitely get some in the corner of the mouth. Yeah, that's good. Let me go back to the umber here. A little separation from the hair and the skin, I think. Speaking of more separation, let's do some more of that in the, yeah, and some of the hair right here as we welcome in our newest little hobbit. Thank, hey, Trash Pandas, holy smokes. How you doing there, Trash? It's like, whoa, did I get smaller or did you get bigger? It's like, oh, I think it's just a pipe weed. Yeah, yeah, because, really, I'm no bigger. Yeah, it must be the pipe weed. I think you're seeing things. He's like, whoa, wait a minute. Now you're the same size as me. I'm not really getting this here. How you doing there, Trash Pandas? Yeah, so again, we've got two different Galadriels that we have been painting over the last 3 hours, 27 minutes. Here, let's get some of our darker grains in here. So nice to see you there, Trash Pandas, and thanks again for the follow. Appreciate that. A little, yeah, here, a couple more separations like so. That will be helpful. So a happy Saturday, Trash Pandas. Oh yeah, let's get some even darker stuff. No, more of the umber. A little more umber in there. Also here. That is very potent stuff, right? You don't mess with that surface tension. No, less paint on that brush. Get more separation between some of the hairs there. Trying to get me a little touch more of the dirt on the upper lid there. Back to a little bit more of that darker stuff down in here again to get the separation between some of the hairs. Like so. I figured Gandalf was going to be mighty confused. Mighty confoozled there. So yeah, here let's get a little touch more of that. Here, let's do a little bit of a little bit of blending there with that. Another little bit of separation right there. I might even roll with a little bit of that in the fingers here and the fingers there. Yeah, let me do this here. Oh yeah. Let's while I'm thinking about it, let's snag some of our lightest skin tone for things like the knuckles. Yeah. We need some tendons and such here as well. Can't all just be just dark there. Yeah, let's get a little bit more light on the other part of the thumb there. Well, I mean, as long as well, you keep getting closer, right, Michael? Gets closer and closer and closer. Michael, why don't you, I know you shared it earlier. Why don't you go ahead and share the Blood Bowl stuff again? That, yeah, okay, there we go. And I think I might do the same. Yeah, I'm going to expand that further back. Again, that little bit of light there. Push that further back. Now this maybe not quite so. Here, let's kind of like a light middle tone for more on the upper lip here. Again on the chin. Some of that up here, shall we say? Yeah. Yep, I'm gonna get this a little bit lighter skin tone, and then some right here maybe. Ooh, come on. There we go. And then maybe a little hint of that here. And a little hint of it there. Everybody check out that link that Michael just shared. Some fun Blood Bowl miniatures there. Lighter violet, we shall mix it with this. Is this going to be just light enough? Also a different, it's like a different color to it. This is nowhere near white. Believe me, this is maybe a value 3 at the very latest. That is certainly not white. We are going to try and get a little something lighter down in here. Maybe again more of our violet. Mix it in with this. Right there. And I'm thinking, yeah, a little touch of this down here too. Now that this has finally had a chance to set much more. This side here. Yep, that needs a little more. Also this. Ooh, this fold here. All right. It's got a little smidge light. I'm gonna go back to my turquoise, which is again more of a mid-tone. Ah, that's better. That's still some of our original glaze stuff that we were using on our tree roots there. No wonder that was so dark. Yeah, it's all right. It's all good. We'll get it figured out at some point. And of course, it has to be ivory, right, Cam? It's got to be like an ivory, warmer tone, or so. It can never be anything but ivory. Yes, you very seldom see any kind of cooler colors, right, in any sort of white there, which is kind of a bummer, but very, very typical. That should be all a little later. Blending brush, blending brush. Take some of that away. Now to our really, really light stuff here. Let me see if I can get this on the edges. We'll probably have to, yeah, we're gonna have to come back with some of our darkest stuff too here. Alright, let me try. Payne's Gray and that. Okay, we at least got the separation there. Try it again. And the best part about it, Uber Yeti, is that you'll have plenty of working time, right? If it's just a big old blob of brilliant yellow pale, you'll be able to work that stuff for, well, years. Yeah. You'll have almost infinite working time. Think of that. Now we finally got those two separate. Okay. Is nice. I probably need to do this on the back of the hair too. Let me see what we got going on here. Okay, yep, we'll do that. We will take our umber and some of our not Mars black and do that here. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So if you missed the beginning of this, now that we're, well, getting closer to 4 hours than to 3 hours, well, you go to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That is where you can see all of our older episodes. Can't find them on Twitch anymore. They don't let you put them there. Good news, though, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel has playlists. So if you want to see large-scale figures and or Lord of the Rings figures and or oil-painted miniatures, there are tags and playlists to help you find that stuff in a jiffy. Which suddenly has me hungry for peanut butter, Arda Michael. Yeah. Well, there wasn't a whole bunch in the way of chow earlier. That's why we will be making more chow. Actually, we have a whole bunch of food that we got to be making after the stream. It's going to be quite the cooking festival there, Valfira. Yeah. Because apparently 5 a.m. is the new 3 p.m. At least here in Wappleville it is. I'm tempted to throw a little more light. You know what? Let's try. Let me see if this over here is going to work. Let me take some of this the fast man. We'll bring it over here maybe. Still got a little bit of the yellow active there. So we will be doing the dump cake. While the dump cake is going, we will be making some stuff in the air fryer. First will be all things meatses, and then will be the onions and taters. We are not going to boil them. We're not going to mash them. We won't even put them in a stew, but they are going in the air fryer. This here. And there. So I'm not quite sure. I'm trying to figure out actually Velfira. If you mean like special fun names or something like that, like we have here for some of our colors. And again, we've been where the heck did that go? There it is. This has been our fun little color that we made in one of our tutorial videos. Some of that here. Do we have to have another type of gray there, Camda? Death orb gray instead of only cadmium gray shade. Again, that's only the ancient Welshlandians have access to the cadmium gray shade. Whoa, that's a little too dark there. That sounds fantastic there, Uber Yeti. So I'm going to try this again. Okay, now let's try our white highlight on that again. We still have some of it here. That's good. I'm going to get rid of some of the excess here first. Going to clear out some of the brush. Now we'll try that up here. Also there. Now there we go. So that hasn't actually started yet there, Erda Michael? I thought for sure that had already... Actually, Velfira, as it started snowing down there, but I thought it was already snowing by you down there, Velfira. Yeah, I thought for sure it should already be... Because it was snowing here. I don't think it's been snowing here since 10-ish, something, whatever. Or would it be Death Orb Yellow? Oh yeah, Death Orb Yellow, that's it, yes. The brightest of all yellows is Death Orb Yellow. We'll have to do that. Yes, we'll have to do that, Velfira. Oh, I see. Okay, now I get what you mean. I wasn't sure what you were talking about there, Velfira. You mean YouTube tags? Okay. Yeah, there's nothing like that. Velfira, you can only do so many tags. I don't know if people notice, but now actually, Armored Wolf, have you noticed this too? On Instagram, you can only do 5 tags now. Because what used to be the case is I would see people that, I'm not joking, they would have 700 tags. They took the entire Encyclopedia Britannica and turned it into tags on their Instagram posts, and I'm guessing that's why Instagram said you get five. You don't get 500 tags anymore. So yeah, Velfair, you only get so many tags on your YouTube vids. So Velfair, if it's something, well, okay, like say Imperial Fist, well, it would probably say how to paint Imperial Fists, but it might also say how to paint yellows. So it's not like the last one that kind of came through here and then migrated its way to the northeast. Yeah, Velfair, much believe me, no one was more surprised than me when I went to put my tags on, my last Instagram post, and it basically it stopped at five, and it kept saying you only get five. Now I don't know what it did with previous Instagram posts, Valfera. Of the folks that did have again 700 tags on there. Now talk about the omni-channel, Valfera. They were the omni posts. Well, I like the sound of that then, Velfair. So if you're supposed to have snow down there, it's going to be cold up here. And let's see. So the 4th, what's today? Well, Saturday. Then the 4th would be what? Wednesday? Yeah, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. Let's see. Hollywood market and test market used to average 10 to 15. Because it does seem like people were abusing the tags there, and by abusing it, it was getting a little crazy there, Artemichael, because people were putting tags on stuff that, well, let's just say it had nothing to do with that. I would see posts with, at least half of the tags had nothing to do with what the post was about. So, like, even on mine, okay, if it's a Battlestar Galactica ship painted in oils, that's one thing. But okay, let's say it's this. Well, what tags are you going to do? Okay, oil painted miniatures is one. If it says Galadriel, that's two. If it says just Lord of the Rings, that's three. If you want to say white cloth, that's four. If you want to say translucent cloth, which there is, that's already five. Then, well, okay, something like in this case, Middle Earth strategy battle game, you don't get to use that. You don't get to say Lothlorien. You don't get to say Galadrim or any of the very pertinent tags. Actually, we haven't had this. Actually, Velfair, I will try to, now knowing what we know, obviously, I was still working with the orthographics that I made of him. I mean, that's not a bad. I mean, right, Valfira? Where the heck did he go? Here he is. I mean, that really didn't turn out too shabby, I have to say. I mean, that's pretty decent, right? For again our autocorrect monster, and again we will paint him up at some point here. And well, we didn't do any layers on here, right? Uber Yeti, forever hashtag no layers, right? Now this is still our kind of a lighter violet here, a little something here. This fold in particular, I think should be, and then a little something something on that one, and then a little something in there. the okay. Let me go back to my turquoise for that. Is this? Ooh, that's good. That is good. It's still turquoise. I just want to get a little texture here. That's it. Yep, it's it. See a little bit of texture there. It's funny, Arda Michael. I'm I don't even know if I put Games Workshop on the Games Workshop miniatures. Yeah, I probably didn't even do that. Let me do this. A little more here. A little more of that light over that, and sneak some. Oh, let me try this. Wow, that is still nice and fresh right there. Again, a little bit of mixing going on. Now we're getting there. Same thing again. Trying to work into some of that turquoise that we just got in there. You know what? This should maybe be a little lighter here. All right, we'll do that. Now that was a mid-tone. Here it looks lighter because again, this right here is kind of on the darker side of things. But that's also a full. We should get a little something lighter there. Now, Velfira, what hasn't been terribly fun is all of the, for whatever reason, on my Instas and Facebook stuff, it's all been, 40th anniversary of Bears Super Bowl, right? Now, again, I really don't think they would have gotten past Seattle. I think if they were playing here with the kind of weather that we had, which actually would have made the Green Bay game or the Los Angeles Rams game look like basically they were playing in a sauna. I think Seattle would have been hurting a little bit. But I don't really see them getting past Seattle in that NFC Championship game. It just would have been very interesting seeing as how things went on the other side with the AFC, right, Velfira? Actually, Uber Yeti. Yeah. Well, now that you mention that, Uber Yeti, you got to share your Instas. Sorry about that, Uber Yeti. I think I forgot this entire time. Yes, Uber Yeti. Yeah, but why don't you share that? Sorry. Again, I haven't gotten a chance to show this in a while, right, Camda? I do words. I do words. There's a bunch of other things that I do not do on this channel. We have them listed right here. I don't do names. I don't do dates. I certainly don't do times, but I do words. Right, Camda? That's what I do here. Yes, I do words, Camda. All that other kind of stuff that requires, well, like remembering anything. That's no, not so much. Don't do that here. Mm-mm. Now let me get this into the turquoise here. No, too late. Too light. We're gonna back off of that a little. Now we got it. We got it now, and then some of that's over here too. Hey Doms, how you doing? Happy Saturday. Great to see you there, Doms. Here's hoping that all is well and that 2026 is off to a good start for you. You know what? We need to lighten you up a bit. Oh, and there's a little edgy thing there. Oh, gosh. Take the same stuff. We will lighten this up first, and then we're going to take a little bit of our Painsy Gray, I think. This is actually the color we've been using for the eye. Ooh, there we go. That works. That works. That's fantastic, Doms. Hey, Doms, if you wanted to share some of your painting that you're doing here in 2026, why don't you do that? Yeah, this is working out pretty well. Again, that's the Payne's Gray mixed with some of that kind of bluish violet. Again, that is the same stuff that we were using. And the eyes is over there. You know what? I'm going to chuck me in a little. There we go. Boom. That's it. A little there. Oh, and we need to do that here too. Let me get that right by the. Okay. Fine. A little more thinner then. So everybody go check out Dom's Minis on Instagram. So Doms, what kind of stuff do you have rocking and rolling there miniature-wise in the new year here? Is it sort of continuation of 2025 projects or maybe some brand new ones for 26? Now again, these are the plinths that we made in the one of our printing workshop videos. So it's got a nice little thing in there for a big old magnet like that. I mean, this will show you just how big that magnet is. There you go. That's how big that magnet is right there. We need one to do one of these, Velfair, because we have lots of different subtle colors there. So I'll wait for you to do the honors. There you go. Now, again, we got the turquoise here, right? Turquoise, and then here you've got again that little bit of the hair color that's kind of sneaking through. Again, lots of the turquoise. Let's do this, and all of a sudden, well, back to Wraith. She's back to Galadriel the Wraith. Galadriel the Ring Wraith. There you go. But you can see again, no turquoise. So the hair, well, yeah, there is some value that makes it stand out. You don't see any of that goldish color, no tan, and the veil right there. Don't have any of it. Also, to again, that the leafy green is gone, and then same deal over. You don't have that turquoise, the skin tone. Obviously, here let's bring it back. Bring it back. There you go. And so again, the turquoise there. We have the violet. Look, you really see some of that turquoise over there. Same thing here. Then as we get in here, you can go back and you can see again this hair color sneaking through various parts of the veil. Kind of, again, we did the same deal over here, right? We got the blues. See, there's a little bit more of the brown here because, again, the cloth in proximity to all the wood. And then our wood, we got like orangey browns. We got the same color that's in the dress down over here on this part of the wood. Even in the wood over here, you got reds, greens, all different kinds of colors. Now you don't. So that literally looks like just a flat panel, as in like it has no shape to it at all because we don't have those different colors. And again, here we have, there's some shading there. But right, I mean, look at this. That looks like just a big old block of nothing there. You bring back the color, you got yourself a little something something going on in there. Look at that. You got tans, turquoise, all that good stuff. Actually, Velfera, ooh, I got to do that, Velfera. What some of my favorite miniatures to paint, and again, they're out of print now. The Twilight Ring Wraiths, Velfera. That would be insane. Twilight Ring Wraiths at this size. Hey, so Velfera, the best news about this, Velfera, is you got yourself a homework assignment. Yes, you got to send me a little reminder message there, Velfera, to do to try and create the Twilight ring wraiths. Those were again some of my favorite miniatures to paint, but they were a nightmare because their crazy crowns. It's one thing to have the giant metal Sauron figure having a bunch of separate pieces for his crown. Those Twilight ring wraiths had little tiny metal pieces for their crowns. So thanks, Velfair. Appreciate that. Sorry to give you homework there. But geez, Velfair, that is too good to pass up. Doing our own version of the Twilight ring wraiths. So if you want to know what the heck I'm talking about, essentially that scene at Weathertop there, where Frodo puts on the ring and he can see the Nazgul for what they are. So he kind of enters that shadow realm. That is the kind of that's the kind of figure I want to do. Also, might want to make a fun little bust out of my King of the Dead figure too. That could be interesting. Nah, back to the Payne's Gray again. Ooh, that's way too thick. Holy smokies. Let's get that knocked down a little. Thanks, Velfira. Have yourself a good night. See you. Well, see you later today, Velfira. Well, later tonight, I guess. That's more accurate. And Velfira, if something weird happens, and it's back to more like the usual Saturday time, I'll try to send you a message there, Velfira, so you're not just like, what in the world's going on here? What happened? Yeah, I don't want you worrying or nothing. No, no, no. Ooh, I'm gonna do this. Let me grab here this minty green. That will go there. So not gold, not any of our other stuff, but this minty green will go here. Also, maybe a little bit there too. Yeah, so I got yet another little something introduced there. And of course, we've got our tiny. You know what? Here, let me go back to tiny Galadriel here. And but here, let's do some of this darker stuff with our Payne's Gray mix, like we did on the other one. Reinforce a couple of lines and edges. Probably do the same deal with the hair with our umber there. Fortunately, Vilfair, there has not been. Now, of course, by saying it, I jinx it, so I'm not going to say it. But circumstances have, shall we say, not been favorable for that type of thing. And of course, well, now we know, should that situation become favorable, we have mitigation strategies, right, Velfira? Yes, we have to be more clever. And we have to have strategies to mitigate such things. Now I'm going to come back into here again the same way we did with those folds. We're going to do that here too. Well, gee whiz, looky here. We've actually been streaming for 4 hours. I'm thinking it was still like 3.5 hours. Now you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna actually grab me some of that's minty green. I'm gonna chuck that into here. We didn't do that on the other one, but kind of liking the idea of having that on here for whatever reason. Might even do some lighter stuff on our leafy greens. Whoops, that's what I wanted. This here also a little bit too dark. We shall try to lighten this up some. Now we're talking. Okay, back over on this side. Now there we go. Yeah, some of this stuff just a wee bit too dark. Well, too much of a mid-tone. We gotta get this at least a lighter mid-tone, if not close to a highlight. Nah, you too. What is going on with her? Well, not a whole lot of anything there. Gotta get her umber in it too. Oh, maybe this too. Here, let me snag a little bit of this. Not a bunch. Not a bunch. Just a little something there. That's too straight of a line. Now, what we did down here on that hem, it is time to do that here because we don't have none of that darker stuff. Just kind of all glossy sitting there, not set. It has all been set, which means we can do some of that and start setting the fabric down onto the onto the branches there. Oh, careful though, too light. I mean, yeah, this and could be catching some light because it's a little bit forward. Light comes down, maybe not exactly in shadow. I'm gonna lighten you up a little bit there too, and also this. A little more. Sure, that works. This too. That was a little too late there as well. Much like we did with the face on the larger Galadriel, we need to get some more reflected light on the jaw, especially. I'm gonna get a little more rosé on the cheeks too. So we did that. Now, good. I still have some of this. Is this too light? Hopefully not. That's that's pretty darn light. Okay, we're gonna back off of that a little bit, something like that. Skin tone on the cheeks here. Also, we got the nose, but the cheeks there. Gotta expand that light a little more. That's yeah. There was just like this little wedge of light there. It was making that cheekbone look mighty sharp. I mean, like real sharp. We don't want that. Alright, we got that there. Now maybe darker upper lip color. Yeah, that's this. It's almost like an alizarin crimson. Not quite. And that is mixed now with our Payne's gray. So it's almost kind of like a magenta slash violet. Trying this again. Trying to make the expression also a little bit more on the neutral side. Now let's try to lighten up the lower lip again. push that a little further there. Okay. Maybe try to make that a little lighter on that lower. Let me see what happens with this. Here, let's just make that a little. Yeah, we need just a little bit more of our light there. Try the darker upper lip again. Eventually. Ooh, I think we're there now. Finally there. Yeah, that is a much more expressive. Yep, like that better. Alright, took a little while, took a few go rounds, but eventually we figured it out. Oh, 1 second. There you go, Uber Yeti. Yeah, Uber Yeti, it has to be a little bit challenging, right? Again, you can find stuff. Find stuff that's not also cardboard, right, Uber Yeti? Like slightly flavored cardboard is not, that's not exactly a treat, right, Uber Yeti? And I'm not wanting that lower lip to be too light there. You know what? I'm just going to give me some of my fast matte weight out here because we can use it in some other places too. Let's get this guy over there, say. So again, pretty sure Trench Crusade bus. Well, very sure on Trench Crusade bus for the next stream, but I think we'll go with again the Stigmatic Nun for sure, and I'll do the Iron Sultanate character. Ironically enough, some of the very first Trench Crusade figs I ever painted were actually Iron Sultanate. I think probably because they were the simplest to print out. And those were some of the very first Trench Crusade figures I ever got. A little more light on that. Yeah, Uber Yeti, there was somebody that I knew that I had to always kind of keep an eye on him. And if he started kind of this is again before a lot of those alert type things. But if he started acting a certain way, I'd say, okay, here, because he always had like a can of RC with him or something. He had rations that were specifically meant for that kind of occasion. And if he ever kind of was acting like he was a little bit out of it or something like that, we'd say, you know, I think it's time for some of your rations there. Where'd that go? That's still over here then. Then there's also again that somewhat darker stuff that I was hoping to do in there, like we did on our other Galadriel. There we are. Again, that's some of our darker umber color. I think it was RC because it was in that very distinctive blue can. I think it was around much more when we were kids than maybe it is today for sure. Right now we'll stroll on back to this one here again. Now that we have our fast mat weight out there once again, and for some more intense highlights here and there. It's a little too much of a little too much thinner on that brush. Gonna get rid of some of that now. A little bit in the foamy stuff right there. Maybe even a little bit on the thumb and a few little tidbits here. Maybe on the knuckles here. I mean, it's mixing with what's there. That's not straight up white by any stretch of the imagination there. Shoulder. I think we did manage to pretty much get our lightest light up there on the top of the head. Yeah, let's do this here too. Blending brush. Blending brush to soften some of that. Doing that here. Again, hashtag no layers. Look at that. Much easier, much faster to just do that. And try to add, there we go. I might, here, let me get a little bit of my turquoise in there. We're just going to reorganize that and have another crack at it. There we go. That was, as we say, for schmizzled. Consider that now de-verschmizzled. Too much globby stuff on that brush. Now I think we got that under control. Okay, now a lot of this stuff here, again, that's going to be a lot of our flock and foliage there, so I'm not going to mess around with that too much. I will try to get some super light green here, and then we'll try to do a little bit of glaze type stuff. In a little bit of our foliage there. And all this stuff in between the roots, no sense in painting that. Way better to just do the flock and foliage. That's going to add more, not just more color contrast, but more of a, as we like to say, texture contrast. You can even see that in some of our, where some of our hobbits is it really, yeah, like even here, right? You can see all of that fly. It's not just the grass tufts there, and we also did the water effects there. You can see a little bit of shiny on that. Oops, that's the green I'm looking for there. And now, let me see, maybe this brush here. Get our lighter opaque stuff back to our phthalo green. Might just use some thinner to get this roll in here. So some thinner there. And the asphaltum, yeah, we'll take the asphaltum and then some of our phthalo green. that's more pin line wash style that's happening there. Not a ton. We're not necessarily looking to darken things down a bunch. It's as much kind of tinting things, and then where there might be some really like here, see, there's some little micro recesses. It's going to get down into those because, believe me, a pin line wash is going to find the recesses. It's definitely going to find those recesses. We're talking real, genuine capillary action, none of that faux capillary action. We do that little test all the time with a couple of drops of water versus a couple of drops of our odorless thinner. And a couple of drops of water, you can see them from space sitting there, and they just literally stay in that one spot and they don't budge. The 2 drops of thinner, they immediately are flatter just to start out with, and then within seconds they're expanding like all across the surface of my little mat there. Doing that. Here, let me get that. Poof, there we are. Of course, phthalo green is a super translucent color. That's why it's been almost a bit more of a acrylic-y style glaze, only because of the translucent color. Now, if you remember early on, with a lot of the glazes we did here, and even in the hair and the skin tone, what were those? Those were, as we call them, opaque glazes. So we're using lighter, opaque colors. Again, here that's got the phthalo green to it, so what's underneath shows through. Here, the idea was to not have as much of what is underneath show through. We're almost trying to cover up, again, some of that brown primer is still visible here. Yes, it is. It's still semi-visible. It looks like it's all painted, but yeah, that's how little oil paint is on here. Remember, we did that initial lighter dry brush. That's one of the reasons why, maybe not by this time tomorrow, but the next day, you should. If you can't just handle it, you might even be able to like really touch it. Again, wouldn't necessarily put some kind of, anti-shine on there, whatever's, but it would certainly work. You could at least, touch it a little bit or something like that to at least move it around. I like this idea too. I'm going to take this concept of the asphaltum here, and we'll do a couple little glaze, because asphaltum also, guess what, is another one of those translucent colors. Most of the dark colors in oil paints happen to be also some form of translucent, some more than others. There you go. So again, just a little bit of that kind of almost a yellowish brown right there. Just trying to tint these things. Didn't want to get involved in a whole bunch of extra painting stuff. Just wanted to give them a little bit of a tint there, because everything else is very much a grayish brown. With this kind of stuff, all I can do is just touch it to the surface and then move away. I can't, if I brush it on, it's going to start mixing. Now, there are times where we do that on purpose because we want it to be mixing. How about over here? Yeah. So that little bit there, again, we've got more of the grayish brown hanging out along here. We don't want to, we can wipe all that stuff out. Now, something like a Van Dyke brown, that's not going to work so well, especially with the Williamsburg version, because that is pretty darn opaque. Wouldn't what we're doing now would not work with the Williamsburg or even the Gamlin Van Dyke brown. Yeah, that's where something like the umber, which is much more translucent. Yeah, that worked. Now let me. I wonder. Yeah. That could benefit from a little bit of this. All right, fine. A little something, something there. All along there, and is nice, and that's it. Now here, obviously, that's all going to be the blackest black. Well, we've been using. Where did it go? This has actually worked pretty well. I think this Mac Darth is a little bit sturdier than the Stuart Simple Black 3.0. It just kind of seems to be. Again, not quite as. It's not as easy to wipe that stuff off, which is nice. That's not a bad thing. Doing a little teensy touch of that here and a couple parts of the hair. Not too much. Gotta be careful there. Because again, pin line wash, that will go anywhere and everywhere. It will get all over the place. Yeah, I think the first time we were using it was on our horsey. So believe it or not, that is also asphaltum right there. I need to, well, I got lots of other Rohan horsies to do, so we'll have to maybe get back to that again to kind of make that point. Because it's been a long time. Some of the Song of Ice and Fire. Remember all the Song of Ice and Fire horsies there, Uber Yeti? Yeah, we might have done one or two or 50. I mean, that's not a joke. I know I've done at least 10 cavalry units, and at 4 dudes apiece, sounds like 40 to me. Again, math is not my thing. Taking a little bit of that white there. Hey, Arid, how you doing? Camden, I didn't really mean to get away from the asphaltum so much, but it can be a more difficult color for folks to get. That's one of the reasons why. So, Arid, why don't you share some links in the chat there, like your Pinterest link? So great to see you there, Arid. And hopefully the stream was a blast. I'm sure it was. You were doing Gundams this weekend, right? Well, you'll be doing it on the stream, well, later today. Some more Gundam goodness there. And again, everybody please give Arid a Camweb a follow, because Arid also streams. That's fantastic there, Arid. Glad that that went well. Yeah, even on our little one there, you can still see there's still some parts where you got some primer that you can see there. That's because we're trying to do a minimal amounts of paint. So that little multi-stream there, Arid. So 3 p.m. Pacific. Well, again, I'm starting earlier here, but I'm not starting that early. So again, everybody please give Eric with a follow. Again, fabulous jewelry, but also, like the Saturday stream's gonna be involving Gundams. Let me try to get this in here. I'm gonna get our turquoise again. Let me see. Put a little bit of that in here. Like so. Better. All right. Yeah, Uber Yeti. It's going to be a little bit of a later bedtime, I think, than even it normally is. There's a lot of stuff to do. Well, one of the things, again, I got to do is drill me some holes in the bottom of these things here so we can get our fabulous magnets in there. We got to do that. We have to get all of our graphics and images ready to rock and roll. Come on, there we are. All right. Maybe that should be a little. Well, let me get some of this. Some of our not radiant cobalt blue for this. A little too much of the almost white there. We're gonna take some of that out over here. There's a little bit too much on that side of that fold there. Let me get some of this going here. Yeah, we need that little bit of light there. Also in here. Blending brush. Ooh, I'm gonna put some of that over here. Nice. A little touch of it right there. Yeah, now that I have, I'm gonna try this. Some of the Naples. Is this? How light is that? Okay, not too light. Now, Camden, I was actually thinking, since I'm making the dump cake there. One thing I haven't tried on the dump cake is powdered sugar. So maybe a little bit of resin dust. It kind of looks a lot like powdered sugar. Yeah, powdered sugar, not confection. Well, I guess confectioner's sugar. Yeah, that should work. Heck, I could use that for the icing on the Christmas cookies. That would not be the least bit toxic at all. I mean, it is just resin, which is nature's healthy snack. For all the undead, right, Uber Yeti? So yeah, Uber Yeti. There was one point. I don't do it anymore, but there was a point with some of the other resins I was doing. I was actually doing a double glove there, Uber Yeti. It seems I haven't really been doing that at all the last couple of years, but there was a few years ago. Yeah, I was double gloving for handling getting the stuff out of the. I'm doing a little something different with how I'm cleaning the stuff so that it's not quite as rough of a process. Let me get some more of that here. Yeah. Let's put a little bit of that up here too. there. Now that's what we always say, right, Uber Yeti? That with the oil paints, yeah, oil paints ain't going to get you. That resin that you're using, that'll get you. That's going to be getting you right there. That's the thing you got to be handling with care. The oil paints, I mean, you could quite literally paint yourself in cadmium, right? Right, Camda, and leave that on there for a couple of hours, and that would have nowhere near the impact of, well, just one little drop of resin getting on your skin. I have not, I haven't elected to test that theory myself. Somebody else wants to conduct that test, that's fine. I just wanted to get me there we go, a little bit of this same color from the lips on the underside of the eyes right there. Let me try a little bit of, okay, a little bit. That's a lot of bit there. Let me blending brush some of that out of there. Okay, there we go. So now a little more definition in those knuckles there. I got that going. Nah, it's too late. I could see right away that's going to be too late. Also, a little bit more of the violet in there, too. Right along this edge. Something just, I don't know, for whatever reason, wanting to do that there. You know what? That does make sense. I'll take it. I will take it there. Anything else with this lighter? Oh, geez, this side of the sleeve here. Thank you very much. And then a little bit also here on the underside. Not a ton. Maybe a little something lighter on the side of her hand there too. There we are. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, there's something missing under there. Now we got it. What else we have here light-wise? A little more there. We got that green going up here. Kind of liking that. I might double down a little more. Let me, again, that's more of the radiant style green. Little touch more of it up in there. Yeah, get that over here. Again, that is some of our radiant green that's going in there. It's a little bit of the stuff that you got on some of the foliage here. There's a little patch of the leaves over here. I'm going to get me some of my lighter green down onto this here. Maybe some of those too. Now, so guys, I hope that well, the next stream is fun for you. And again, everybody please give Canada Paints and Inganes some follows because they also do the oil painting. And like we said earlier, it's always good to see a bunch of different folks using the oil paints. They may have access to brands that say you do that I may not use, that sort of thing. Also, they might be doing some genres that I'm not doing that you might be able to glean some handy info from. So I'll see you later there, Inganes. Yes, it is. It is getting to be supper time here. Well, it's getting to be closer to 5 hours now. It's certainly much closer to 5 hours than 4 hours. It's 4 hours 40 minutes. And of course, we're gonna say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations like usual. And Armored Wolf has to also post that Instagram link to the dice bags so that folks can go order lots of custom dice bags so that we can make sure that Armored Wolf never ever gets to sleep again. Again, we are legally obligated to make sure that Armored Wolf never sleeps. And we can ensure that if there's way too many dice bags to do. So if you can order a bunch of them, that helps our campaign to keep Armored Wolf forever awake. Let me get again. This is a little bit of green to it. Yeah, it's super light, but there is some green in here. A little bit of the yellow, a little bit of the radiant green. Well, not radiant green, I guess. Geez, Cam, I'm trying to remember the last time I actually used radiant green, like genuine radiant green. Probably that one color theory and oil videos where we're comparing the two. Yeah, in fact, that's probably it. That would be the last time. Okay, once Adepticon is over with, you'll start to see regular oil paints more on the palette. The whole it's got to be dry now sort of thing won't be as prevalent once Adepticon's over. Now, as we get draw closer to Gen Con, then, well, all bets are off. But, oh, that's right, Ken. I got the chromium oxide green in Williamsburg. Again, only a Series 3. I'll take it. We shall see what that is like in relation. It's going to make the Alkid really seem weak, right, Camda? Let me get this up in there. Ooh, you know what? Yeah. Do I have? Okay, I got this. And I got some of Naples yellow. Mix them together. There's these couple little bits in the hair. Come on. Some of that actually got a little bit of our. Yeah, there's a little bit of our bluish turquoise in some of the hair. We'll get some of that reclaimed there. And I know that the Paul Rubens comes with, oh gosh, probably 5 different greens. Well, maybe more than that. Because there's, well, it's basically a sort of a phthalo green there. The tree green is really nifty. I gotta start using that again. I was gonna use this, but I don't. I need a channel locks to get this baby open. I was gonna try some of the yellow green in there. No, 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 no. Back to, there we go. This is a little too dark. That ends pretty abruptly too. We're gonna make that go up a little further. A little more light in that part of the hair. So yeah, the perylene black is well, and again the chromium oxide. Those are some very very handy multi-purpose colors. The I end up using both of those in skin tones quite a bit. Now the perylene black, that is a Winsor Newton. Used to be a printer's ink for the longest time. Then, for whatever reason, they turned it into a, well, a paint. Still not quite, well, I mean, it is a nifty color. It's also a staining color. As long as it's not, was it, oh, Italian Terra Verte, right, Camda? I still have to locate that tube there, Camda, and then just in a color theory and oils, see if there's some kind of use for it outside of what we normally would do with it. There has to be something that it can do. But at Series 3, it needs to be a little bit more than, well, it can do something. It needs to be a little more elevated than just that. Yeah, let me, do I still have it? Oh, jeez, I gotta get all this yellow out of that brush. One second. That's gonna take a little while. Gotta get that stuff out of there. Alright, we're back to it. I'm gonna take some of this and some of our white. Is that same? That keeps getting a little bit darker there. I wanted it to be a little light, well, lighter mid-tone anyway. And that is for right over here. And then back in there, and that to a little bit later there. And then, see, that can't be too light because that is in shadow from this. Taking that same color we got there, and there's a kind of an edge there that we didn't really get too well. This is another one that's a little bit funky. We're gonna get that tightened up a little bit there. Ooh, and here's another. There's my blending brush hiding over there. A grainy staining color. That's gonna be an interesting prospect there, Camda. Oh, the oxide blue. Geez, when? Oh gosh, was it a few months ago that you got those? Though you had to kind of wait for those, didn't you? For the oxide blue. Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. But I think you had to kind of wait a little while for that oxide blue there. You know what? Okay, if I'm gonna sneak this right in there, not too much though. That's it. That is it. And then over here, yeah, this is another. Well, let's make that a little lighter, shall we? A little lighter right there. Not in that part. Just use our blending brush to get rid of that. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. So Sea Dragon, yeah, we're almost 5 hours in, and we got both their wavy Galadriels out here. So both wavy Galadriels. So Sea Dragon, I hope that you are doing fabulous. Hopefully, I don't think you really had too much in the way of snow. We had just a little bit here. The folks on the other side of the lake, right, Sea Dragon, a little different story for them, I think. It might be a little rougher for them. Well, and then of course, then you got the folks on the East Coast there and such. And yeah, Sea Dragon, I printed out some more, a bunch more Arwen figures. I'm going to be painting out a couple of more test prints after the stream tonight, among other things. There are some more Trench Crusade busts, including here's that is for your new Antioch there, and then we've got Fabulous War Prophet right here. And again, some of our Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent figs too. Let's get, yeah, a little touch of it there. Now this is a little rough right here. Let's get this. Yeah, that was a little rough. We're gonna get some of that roughness out of there. So yeah, we'll work on. I was for sure the stigmatic nut, because once that is dry, I want to do the dirty down, and we're gonna have blood drips coming down off of the stigmata. Hence the whole stigmatic nun thing. Yeah, that's working there. I don't think I want to get too much lighter again with those folds down there. I think we'll leave that be for right now. Need to try some of this over here. Some lighter stuff there. Some lighter stuff in here. Again, a little bit of mid-tone-ish stuff going on there. There. Yeah, I'm gonna let a little texture sneak its way into here too. Ooh, that's too hard of a line. That's yeah, same over here. Got some weird hard lines that kind of happened here. That's gets still kind of a late middle tone there. Too much of a hard line there. We're going to soften that up a little bit and maybe a little more reflected light down there. And I wasn't sure if it would be possible to get out of here, but we were able to. Oh, look at this. We have a handy dandy pointing tool. Look at this right here. Yes, we were able to get the. Look at that. It's a handy prop there, Camda. A very handy dandy prop indeed. Now again, unlike the Turk, oh, here's another weird hard line. See that? That's too hard of a line there. This, as a mid-tone, might be just, even that's a little bit too late. However, oh, it's definitely better to be handy, Camda. Definitely better to be handy than to be hasty. And actually, Camda, I definitely think a bust. I mean, why bother trying to get the feet right when we basically already have that essentially as a bust? So we got to do that, Camda. Hasty the Hobbit. Well, let's see. If I just have to make this a little bit longer surface tension, and we would basically have her on the end of a stick. Or just one of those really long-handled brushes. You got to keep that stick on the ice there, right, Uber Yeti? And of course, we also firmly believe that there is literally nothing on the planet that duct tape cannot fix. Okay, duct tape is the universal substance. I'm sure it can be found across the galaxy. Let me work that into here. A little more right there. Let's see where that. Oh, and we need a little difference over here too. Yeah, let me just cut that off. And this is our not radiant green over here. That is better. Yeah, surface tension. It's the best. It's a 2-scale pointing tool for sure. Nah, that was too much. Let me go back here. Let me get this. So yeah, Camda. Again, I wouldn't really count on those containers holding any kind of alkyd stuff for years, but it's been at least a month, right, since that video. Maybe not an entire month, but it's been weeks, and it's alkyds, and it was still. I mean, once you got past that little kind of a skin on the top, it was still good towards the bottom. You know what? A little touch of the. Oh, there we go. A little touch of that turquoise down into some of those folds there. Nope, that went a little too far. So back to Monsignor blending brush to do that. There's another weird line there. Have to get rid of that. Yeah, you can see some of those here. Nice, nice bit of turquoise, which is a little different than the approach we took here, where again there was more of the violet gray in that. And of course, again, as a reminder, all of these STLs here, we're doing, these are test prints right here. We're testing it that's why I did 2 different sizes to test and see, how does it work at the smaller scale and such. And eventually all these files be made available to the folks on the Patreon page, since they will be used much like this big old guy here. And this was the latest episode posted to the Patreon page. It's going to be a massive freehand episode. We were doing all the pre-freehand stuff. Eventually, he's going to look here like this. So there's the freehand that we're going to be doing on the big old guy right there. That was a little test that we did on stream here last week, just to see would it be quite as effective as I thought. And boy, oh boy, those folds. Telling you, Camden, I'm getting mighty spoiled here. It's kind of, you know how so surface tension, you get kind of spoiled with the 3D printing, right? Where you don't have to assemble stuff, and that you you feel that real fast when you run across things that, well, geez, now I got to assemble this. There's 800 parts. The instructions are nominally in your language. Um, they mostly look like the miniature you're supposed to put together. Usually, not. That's like one out of every 10 times. Do the instructions actually match the figure in hand? Camda, that was pretty full. That was about almost, I want to say, 3/4 full. Because I mentioned that in the episode, that the more full they are, the less, well, like you say, the less air is going to be in there. But those just don't seal. Because I've tried getting those before, Camda, like years ago, and it was kind of the same thing. They held up okay for a little bit, and then then they just went. That other stuff, Camda, though, I'd be very disappointed because it has that elastic seal on it. Now that I won't be happy if that didn't if that stuff I put in there is not pretty much in the same state as when I left it in that video. That I'm not going to be too happy with. So yeah, those were just kind of like immediate. Okay, just got to get somewhere with those. The other stuff, that I'm kind of hoping that that's more of a longer term solution. Maybe not 10 years, right, Camda? But hopefully at least a good several months out of it. So yeah, a little bit more of our light down in here too. Yep, there you go. I remember surface tension. I was doing one of those podcast things. It was what, 4 hours, and it took 4 hours just to assemble. I think it was 10 conquest figs, and they were just little infantry figs. Then the next one, I was able to prep and base 70 resin miniatures. Again, that wasn't just getting them assembled. That was also doing the basing, and that was 7 times the amount of figures in the same amount of time. That was a little bit shocking, I gotta say, when that happened, and I realized that yep, I did 7 more. It was technically more than 7 times because I was also basing the miniatures, so you could almost say like 10 to 11 times. And that's when I said, yeah, this whole assembling figures, not so sure about that. Let me get. Yeah, we need a little touch of our light right here, and then a little bit of it right there. Also there. Of course, surface tension, then we take it to the point where it's, well, okay, we're just going to make the exact miniatures that we need. Now, for the average person, that's not really a big deal, but well, again, like, where's our Cylon bust here? right? For our TMM non-metallic metal comparison, making something like this ourselves provided the perfect subject matter for that lesson. I suppose you could find something that would be similar to that, but then of course everybody else would also have to purchase that file just to be able to follow along the lesson. Or in this case, it's like, oh, here's the file. Yeah, there you go. Go paint it like we did in the lesson. But now, now it has been 5 hours, over 5 hours. This is where we do our thank yous for all the bits and the subs, the follows, the cheers, and also the raids. We appreciate that. And again, we got ourselves Trench Crusade on the menu right here. And again, I do believe these are the two we're going to try. So our Iron Sultanate and right here, the Stigmatic Nun. So these are the two that we're looking to paint up on our next stream. Oh, thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Never too late for medicine, right, Camda? Thank you so much. And let's have a little comparison here of our two wavy Galadriels. So wavy Galadriel is all set, ready to go. And again, we'll get some foliage and flock down here once all the paint has a chance to dry. Surface tension, I think it's really going to be, I mean, we're just literally at the beginning. It's kind of like the flats, right? Surface tension. So thanks, Arid. Good luck on the stream tomorrow. Good luck on the stream. I'm getting a rate countdown underway because that takes a little while. And again, Iridican Wife's going to be streaming at 3 p.m. Pacific time. And see you see you in a matter of hours, Camda. Not that many hours now, since again the stream will be early. See everybody then.